Alright, everybody. I need to make sure that the sound effects aren't going to overcome the music here first. There we go. Alright. Welcome to session 28, titled The Red Hammer. It's not a euphemism. We'll get to that. I want to start off with a couple of write-ups. Well, technically 3 write-ups. 2 of which the party already knows about. 1 more that only 1 person in the party knows about. It's a little bit of reading, so bear with me. It should be good, though. I hope this isn't too loud.
Sounds fine to me.
It was a night not like any other. A pretty face, a voluptuous body. She was a real looker. At least these are the things I tell myself. It's a terrible way to go. Looks like she was thrown from 7 bridges up. I can never get used to the sight or the smell. Another night, another murder. No one cares down here in the low city. No one but me. I pulled the collar of my lawn coat up to brace myself for the muddy filth that's called rain down here. It isn't rain. It might have been at one point, but it isn't now. It's just waste and runoff. That's all the upper city gives us in readily supply. Filth. It's a shame. I'm sure somebody may have cared for her, but that wasn't my job tonight. As much as I want to help, I have to go where the money sends me. Tonight, that'd be a spot in the cogs, the Red Hammer. Been there a few times, and the money always ends up being worth the trip. I pack my smoke and give it a light. Little did I know my next step, the one that put my shoe in a mix of mud and blood, would lead me down a path I could have never found myself in. K9, Private Eye. That's right up 1. Yep. Alright. Right up number 2. Me and the boys. Samuel, Ivar, and Leash were 3 rounds into 3 Dragons Ante when Callie saw Leash's hand on her approach over. She'd do the honorable thing and sit out 2 rounds. Or that's likely what she thought when something brought her to an immediate halt. Bahamut was inverted in his hand. Most know not to hold Bahamut upside down, but fixing it could be a tell. Either way, it's bad luck. To Bahamut's left, the druid and the thief. To Bahamut's right, the thing that truly unsettled her, Tiamat and the Draco Lich. Then she noticed the druid was also inverted. Chaos and corruption, undeath, the fall of Bahamut, the fall of nature, all being taken. A waitress of the Sleep Inn tripped behind Callie, sending a shattering of glassware and ceramic behind her. The boys noticed Callie and ended their game. While it's in her nature to gamble, touching the cards from what is clearly a cursed deck would likely be against her better judgment. She told the trio that she'd get these 3 and take care of some research before returning on the morrow, the trio being the Skyfire trio. She pushed down her impulse to act on her superstitions, as she had done many times since meeting the Skyfire trio in person. It took an hour for them to get their first destination. Ivar had assumed the form of a middle-aged, rough-looking woman by the name of Five. Leash recalled some time spent here in Sharn, and most of it had been done in Cogsgate. It is good for the informations, especially Momos. Leash remembers good drink here too. Sure, if you like piss water, Samuel added. I do not like that, Five retorted in a husky voice. In due time, Callie found herself in front of a shop that supposedly had some information she'd like to get her hands on. It was supposed to be a bookstore. The sign showed a dragon head reading over a... No, that couldn't be. Callie studied the sign more closely, rolled an 18 perception. Yorsvek Diudoka was barely visible in Draconic. Yorsvek, prophecy, Diudoka of us or of our people. She'd seen it once before on a tome Ygith studied, the tome that he said contained much of the Draconic prophecy. Though his was of an older script, it essentially said the same thing. The boys had already stomped into the place. Light from the upper wards made for dim illumination on the street. Inside the shop was even darker. Not a single lantern was lit, and the place was disheveled at best. It had the appearance that somebody at a library had to toss out all of their oldest and most worn books and let them fall from upper sharn to here, then put those books and tossed them into a garbage heap for a few weeks to ripen, and finally decided to put those books in no particular order wherever they thought might be room for them. And somehow, the place smelled worse than it looked. Callie was actually impressed by that. Who is it? What you wanna? A woman croaked from somewhere in the establishment. Samuel and Five proceeded to step back outside. Leash's face brightened. Mama, it's Leash. Leash spoke happily, then whispered, She thinks Leash her grandboy. Leash is not. But I did have this place to do readings at when I visit here. He nodded approvingly. Leash! Who that you calling? The shriveled, flesh-colored raisin of a woman startled Callie as the woman came into view. It was as if she was shadow that materialized into the oldest woman Callie could have ever imagined. She wore glasses that had frames the size of small fists, and it made her eyes all the more large. Oh, it's my grandbaby! Levi, you rascal! Mama's shop's gonna fall apart! I ain't had no one help me clean up, boy! Leash is sorry, Mama. Leash had many business and could not make it back soon. Leash will help you if you can help Leash friend, he began. You done got you's a girlfriend, Levi? Look at her, damn boy. She got hips. When you gonna make me grandmama, huh? What you name, hun? The old human woman, looked for quite a while and insisted that Leash was Levi and that Callie and he would soon be married. Among the constant barrage, Callie managed to find out a few important things. A 20 in investigation and a 17 in insight reveals that she's not intentionally hiding anything. Mama's name is Lenora Bow, but do not call her that. It's Mama or Grandmama. She spent most of her young life living the swamp life in the crawling swamp along the Glum River. That's in the Shadow Marshes. She's always taken kind to books, and this is her pride and joy, her full collection. She makes a few sales here and there, but mostly trades. She makes enough to have this shop serve her as her home as well. She's always been fascinated by dragons ever since she was a wee little babe, so she trades for books with information on dragons and their so-called prophecy. She has the book that's on the sign, but she keeps it locked away. She says she can't read all of it, but she likes to try. Makes no damn sense, she'd say. But she loves it, and she doesn't want to let it go. If she were to ever trade it, it would have to be in the chance that she gets to meet a real dragon, and no amount of talking back and forth would get her to budge. By the time she let Callie go, Leash, had cleaned a large portion of the shop. Damn it, boy! Now you gonna find shit! Go on, get y'all out of here! Come back when she got a baby! And she shooed them out. It was approaching evening, and while Leash and Callie were in the shop, Samuel and Five had asked around and found a lead on Bayeshk Ore, a place in the Cogs called the Red Hammer. It was a tavern for Warforged. A little over an hour later, and at peak dinner time, they find themselves staring at the living tavern. There's no other way to put it. Pistons and steam were in constant motion, gears and cogs spun, whistles occasionally bellowed out puffs of multicolored smoke. It was thriving. The four of them entered, and it was packed with Warforged. And there was an ample smell of spiced meat in the air. A sapphire Warforged waved to the four newcomers and nodded them to a table. In the back, a massive Warforged worked in the kitchen. They were brought food and drink by the barkeep who called himself Blue. The boys started up conversation as Callie looked around. This is the place, Samuel muttered. I can feel it, the ore. Feels like it's in this room. He nodded and jumped back into the conversation with the other two. Callie hadn't been fully informed on Samuel's abilities. She rolls a 15 in perception. As she looked from him and studied any evidence of, there, at the dicing table. A Warforged rolled a set of 5 Bayeshk 6-sided dice. It was a game she was very, very familiar with. 5. She looked over to Ivar. 5s. He named himself 5. Was it a coincidence? It was time to take a chance. Perception 12. She looked for anything that would give her some leverage in conversation with them, but found nothing beyond the oils at their table and the dice they kept rolling. Sometimes that was all she needed, though. Callie parted ways with the boys temporarily, and they understood. They'd continue to eat and drink till she got what she came here for. The dice favored her. It was only for a few coppers at a time, but she was getting the information that she needed, and it was worth far more than gold in the pouch. Investigation 20. Nail, Torment, and Galvin rolled well, sometimes too well, inside of 20. And learned that the three were as lucky as they can be. They were hard workers down here in the cogs who happened upon a snake-like man with a set of Bayesh dice. They played him for him, and won. He fairly parted ways, well, with the help of 703. They gestured to the three-eyed warforged bouncer at the front of the tavern. The Red Hammer had been built for Blue and Crucible, the cook in the back, and no one seems to know who built it for them. In any case, the snake-like man had been back a few times since. Looks sort of orc-like, but has strange black-like stripes and slits for a nose, sharp teeth, so they call him Fang, and he's never corrected them. After showing them her own Bayesh dice, they asked her to play for that. Something in Callie suggested that she should oblige, not an outside force, but some gut feeling. A single roll, whoever gets the highest, wins. However, in case of the tie for the highest, they would play fives to break the tie. Nail rolls, and the dice settles evenly on 3. Then Torment rolls, and the dice rolls off the table, but he shouts keep before it lands. A 19. Callie could feel cold in her gut. Galvin rolled. The dice bounced off of Callie's mug and stopped on 15. Callie nodded, and she picked up the dice and tossed it with closed eyes. She had rolled a natural 20 in an earlier insight check, so I took that. 20! Lady, you are lucky, Torment said, and patted her on the back, which was more like a punch from a professional fighter. This had seemed to be some form of initiation, as shortly after that, the table attracted several more patrons who were all interested in Callie. After a few hours of tossing dice, she managed to earn a few silver, and most people that she had played ended up calling her Lady Luck, and perhaps she was. Perception roll of 15. As she saw the man they had mentioned. He wasn't in the tavern, he was looking through the window and left quickly after something caught his eye. Did her eyes meet his? Did he leave because he saw her looking at him? She tried not to get up too hastily, but she had to follow the trail. She gathered the boys and went to pay to leave. Once outside, she saw 2 figures in chase, not running, but she could tell. Someone was clearly following the same man she had just seen. The 4 gave pursuit of their own, but eventually the initial man was lost in a large gathering of what seemed half riot, half party. The other man had noticed Callie and the boys as well. He approached without hesitation. He was a long-toothed shifter, and she'd seen enough of them to recognize one with ease. K9 at your service. He offered his hand to shake. Investigator. That man take something from you? After a short conversation, it was clear that this Fang was up to no good down here. He'd been reported as a thief and murderer. Kay had been investigating him for a few weeks now. The night would pass, and eventually the group found entertainment in each other's company. That was up until well after midnight. The group had been busy wandering from bar to bar. In between one such hop, a torrential rain sprang and washed filth from the upper city down into the lower Tavix streets. Samuel had gone to get a skiff as the rest of the group huddled under a bridge. Kay started seizing. He collapsed to the ground, spasming. Nothing had visibly happened to him. His eyes rolled back and he wouldn't stop shaking. Samuel's shouts were muffled. He'd said, "Got a skiff! Come on!" Callie knew that Shep could heal. Shep could figure this out, as long as she could get him to her fast enough. This leads up to our final write-up. Write-up 3, He Came in the Night. Shepard's steel and leather soles clacked on the stone tiles of a bridgeway that led away from the sleep inn. She had asked for a place of worship to the sovereign host before she left the inn. They'd have to go to Tavik's market district to find such a place. Celica followed, her face a mixture of concern and focus. "No, I don't have more answers. Not yet," Steve sent to her, his tone flat with a hint of impatience. You wasted time seeking answers. They will not know. To know, they must use me. Only you can know, or you can seek my masters, though that may be your end. Celica felt a sudden cool wind. She'd felt this similar feeling before. Was it Ygith? No, it was something different. A flash and a distant rumble of thunder echoed up from the hilt. Or perhaps the sea. Sorry. Uh, the hilt being the river that Sharn is a part of. There was little warning for what came next. A sudden downpour of rain. Cold drops splashed her face as she looked upward. Shepard had stopped as well, though a bit further away. She turned back to see if Celica was still following. Her visor lit up as she was about to speak, but was interrupted. Shep, is that you? A shout came from her right. An air skiff was rushing towards them. The voice sounded like Samwell. Hold up, wait! He shouted. The skiff glided to a stop next to the bridge. Its wood softly bumped against it. Samuel and a rough-looking woman in leash hopped off. Sam paid the driver and generously tipped him. Leash and Callie carried a limp, lifeless person between the two of them. Leash at the feet and Callie at the shoulders, they lifted him out of the skiff and laid him down on the stone bridge. The skiff pilot watched, unable to pry his eyes from what was happening. He's dying, Lish panted out. Just fell over and shook. He went still about 5 minutes ago. Callie tried to keep him stable, but... Callie looked down at Sam, and shook her head in disbelief. I don't know what happened. I couldn't see it. Shepard wasted no time. Perception roll of 22 with Celica aiding. She looked the person over, a long-toothed shifter wearing a long brown jacket that was soaked through with water. He had loose-fitting attire under, but that wasn't what caught her attention. What is that? Celica pointed out. A small blackened spot was on the shifter's neck. Shepard pulled the needle out. The tip was blackened, and a small bit of blood on it. Medicine check of 26. It was a natural 20, using her inspiration from the session that wasn't used. It was Wyvern Sting, a fast-acting poison that causes damage to the mind and breathing. Shep was sure she'd heard about it somewhere very recently, though she couldn't recall where at the moment. By the host, I call upon Arwai's grace to cleanse. She cast protection from poison. Shepard's visor hummed with radiance. The blackened skin began to fade back to normal, but the shifter wasn't stirring. Arwai, full of life, lend him vitality. She cast Cure Wounds. Shepard's visor began humming again, glowing. Then it flickered, it faltered, and her spell vanished. Revitalize! She cast Healing Word. A flicker and an audible pop. Nothing happened. She pressed her hands to his chest. As is us, so are the host. As the host, so are we. Blessed be the living, rested be the dead. Give thanks to where it is given, and mercy where it isn't. Awaken from your slumber, for your time is not yet near. Prayer of healing. Flicker, buzz, nothing. Her voice broke. Then my life to your life, it shall be. Living wood vines left her wrist and punctured his chest. Just life transfer. 8 to him, 18 taken from her.
You kind of cut out a little bit there.
It was life, 18 hit him, 18 away from her. Treated back in the wrist.
Okay, you're going robot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
real bad robot.
It can't handle the saxophone.
No. Too powerful. Just giving it a second. I miss walking through New Orleans and hearing this.
The saxophone?
Oh yeah. They had a guy who played every day. He'd just stand on the corner and play his sax.
Oh.
It's whenever the guys with the acoustic guitars and their dogs start getting into it, where it gets like, oh yeah, come on, boys.
Party time.
Mm. So, I hope everyone isn't nervous about the healer's spells fizzling.
It's fine. Shepard immediately died after doing transference. It was strange that it was only affecting just Vex.
Yeah, well, he's on a Wi-Fi connection right now.
Alright, that kind of explains it.
Yeah. Alright, that's been a little buggy since the storm.
Uh,
I'm gonna go check, and I'm gonna get a water.
okey-doke.
Yeah, you guys can hear me now?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes.
I'm on with the laptop. Hopefully the desktop will handle the Wi-Fi. But I will get back to reading this real quick. As long as I'm not going robotic again.
Basically, you got to the point where the wood retracted from her wrist.
Okay. So yeah, the wood retreated back into Pep's wrist. The shifter coughed and sputtered. Deep violet liquid sprayed from his mouth. The rain quickly washed it away. The skiff driver gave an audible, "Yes, you did it!" He found himself unable to leave the scene that was unfolding. As the shifter stirred and slowly tried to sit up, he looked around. He gave a weak smile. "Thanks, I'm in your debt, I believe." He offered a hand to shake Shepard's. Everyone but the skiff driver and the shifter froze as he looked up. Shepard's visor flickered once again. Samuel grunted. "You too," he said, looking directly at Celica. "You still got it too." And sure enough, the shimmer was there, but only brighter. Hang on just a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay. So that was it for the 3 write-ups that had been done in the meantime, which ties Callie being away during last session into this current session. I need to adjust a couple things since I migrated back to the desktop. Alright, there we go. So, before we get started, I want to help basically reiterate how funding works. My lesson had been given back in the session where we fought the Chimera, and we used his parts to trade, barter, and make new things or get useful stuff. That is mostly how things are done. Yes, there is money exchanged, of course, but this campaign, and specifically the setting, is very different from all of my other ones. It was brought up that renegotiating with the Yigith might help, which it most certainly could. But if you guys want to get trading done, don't accept that something's too expensive. see if there's a way to barter, a way to exchange services and whatnot, which I kind of threw hints at with giving out the magical items recently.
Like lightsaber, katana.
Yes.
Not a lightsaber. Doesn't light up at all.
Still cuts the same.
And we are tracking spell components, so make sure that if you have a spell that has a component that's more than 10 gold, to link it, so that way we make sure that it's covered in some way.
Yeah, Shepard.
Let's see here.
Okay, other spellcasters.
Okay, so does that mean Celica should still actually technically be dead? Do we have to rewind time?
Yeah, so Celica's dead.
You have to say that Syria has said multiple times. Oh, am I going robot again?
Teeny
No.
bit.
You did for a second, but you jumped back.
Okay. So we are starting the session off with thunder cracking through the sky, and its effect is magnified on the towers of Sharn. We're on a bridge that's close to the Sleep Inn in Cornerstone, Middle Tavok's Landing. Sheets of rain race through the gaps of the towers, and every time lightning is about to strike, Rhiannon's eyes crackle with electricity.
That's cool.
So
We're like, oh, look, her eyes. Okay, count. 1, 2.
I'm gonna have to wear sunglasses at night at this rate.
all right. That said, I believe that we would be best starting things off. Let's see here. With Celica. With
Oh,
Samuel
really?
saying, yeah, with Samuel saying it's you too. I'd like to see what Celica's reaction is to that.
Guess I'll just fucking die.
Throw myself off the bridge. Yeah. Shit. Really?
Yeah. Stuff swimming around in there. Blue. Brighter than his, and he gestures down to K9. K9 looking up, essentially like, what do you mean? What are you talking about?
I just need to write down his name because I didn't know that was him.
Give me a moment.
It's not hard to remember. K9. Like
Yeah,
a
but
dog.
I needed to write it down because I didn't know that was his name. I thought that was
That's-
someone else.
Vex is gone. God has forsaken us.
Quick, let's cast all the component spells.
All of them, real quick. Store them. Store them in wands.
Alright, sorry.
So while you were gone, we casted all the spells that require components and stored them into wands.
Alright, well, bad news for you. Every 37 burdens.
None of my spells have components.
Yes,
Oh,
lucky
Okay.
You.
So
Um,
things
You.
happen.
Like the kid who asks for homework who doesn't need homework.
Wait, don't talk about me like that.
So, what did Samuel say?
Samuel had said that he can see it swimming in Celica's eyes brighter than his, and gestured to K9, and K9 is essentially like, wait, what?
Why is it bright? I don't have the thing anymore. Well, we'll have to explain everything when we get you out of this rain because it's going to be a bit hard talking over this.
Once you live here long enough, you get used to it.
We're not from here.
I could tell.
Just as a note, I have no token.
We cannot hear through the rain.
That's okay, you don't need a token right now.
Okay.
It's
I'm
theater
getting
of
it.
the mind right now because me and Celica are still stuck in a bar right now.
I guess we should
You're
try and
not
head back to
there,
the
you're
inn.
at the bar, getting drunk.
But if there are any girls there, I want to do them.
I don't remember what we're at. Oh, there we go.
Saxophone's
believe
scared at me.
Sax starts up.
Alright, there. Your token is next to Celica, Callie.
Do you believe that you may have been poisoned by this fellow?
Waiting on GM.
It's
after
okay,
we
don't worry about
lost after we lost track of him. Do you still have the dart? Looking to Shepard.
Shepard, you do. You're holding it in one hand.
Yes, I open my palm.
Let's do the green one.
It's in your living wood. Poison saves now.
I am resistant.
That doesn't make you immune.
I will roll.
No, it's fine. I'm just joking.
You dare come closer to me? I do. I hold it out in my palm. So if you want to inspect it or take it, it's up to you.
I don't want to touch it.
Yeah. So
You
that's,
can,
that's what I'm
Callie.
saying. I'm holding it up to you so that way you can look at it while it is in my palm.
I would assume that K9, the investigator, has good investigation.
Yes, he
about
does.
such things.
He doesn't want to
I
help
believe,
us.
I believe he would probably be best served by examining this.
Yes. I will tell him it's
Oh.
Wyvern sting.
He grunts, nods, and says, "Let's go in, out of the rain. Like you said, it'll be easier."
Yeah.
And he saunters after slowly getting up, grunting like he's a man in his mid-30s. All right, and then saunters toward the sleep-in.
Ah, my everything.
Yeah. And you guys walk in, pouring wet, and find an empty table.
Probably
to,
the same table.
Chill at. Probably the same table.
I'm so
Are any of the
offended.
tables? Are any of the tables free? Oh, what do you know? That same exact table.
Oh, hi guys. Nice of you to join us. What's the camera mode button in here again?
F6 is photo mode.
Okay, yeah. I wanna.
You want to zoom in
There we
really close
go.
to the tables.
All right. So he takes a seat. Literally, like, he takes one from a different table and pulls it up to this one, so there's enough people. There's enough chairs for the table or whatever. And he sits down and he takes the needle, places it down on the table, and he rolls investigation. Oh, I can't see my dice. I have this in a resolution that I can't see them.
Give him guidance, an advantage.
There we go. There they are. I didn't hit spacebar. That's what it was.
Oh, I lost Shepard.
Shepard, can you cast guidance?
I
Doesn't
see
matter. Doesn't matter. I'll tell you what. I mean, the guidance at a. Okay, yeah. So it doesn't matter. My bad. I was thinking it was advantage, but yeah, he rolled a natural 20 anyways.
Okay.
He looks it over. Yeah, it's wyvern sting, all right. Stops you from breathing. Stops you from feeling and thinking. Not pleasant. Definitely not a pleasant way to go. Again, thank you all for saving me.
Why would someone want to shoot you with that?
He
I
is
made a lot of
investigating.
enemies in this city. Many people want me dead. But I find a way to keep on living. Guess I'm just lucky. Or unlucky.
Well, you
He
can
leans
take
back
shots
and
with Wyvern
puffs
sting.
out. He just leans back and takes a puff of his smoke and blows out some steam.
Can I use the gust cantrip to push it away from me?
Yes, yes.
As I walk back in.
He
Because
just,
I remember before I'd been outside with Harvey talking.
yeah.
Oh right.
You probably
We were
thought,
supposed
you
to
probably
meet
thought
Harvey.
that when we. Well, no. But he probably came in when we brought this guy in.
Well, either way, he's there now and he's blowing the smoke away, and Harvey kind of just watches it and nods. Sorry, terrible habit, but when you're in this kind of business, you need something to calm you down.
Business.
Where'd you find this one?
Hogsgate.
Yeah, say that again. Let's have a... It'll turn you up. You're a bit quiet.
Hogsgate.
Cog.
Okay.
We found him down in Cogsgate. He was pursuing the same quarry we were after.
Which was actually? Don't think you told us before you left.
Another of the leads on someone who can find us sizable quantities of Bieshk ore. Apparently, it is a rather dastardly fellow who responds to the name of Fang, though that is clearly not his actual name.
And yeah, she'll look to the shifter. What's your name?
K9 investigator. He holds out
She'll-
a wet hand and offers it a shake.
Yeah, she'll reach out and like grab his first couple of fingers, I guess, like a really. I'm doing this because I have to, not because I want to.
He just goes,
And
ah,
when he says his name, she'll just like give a grimace, like seriously. K9, bang. Pleasure to
Yeah.
meet you.
you don't have to fake it. Noble blood, I can see.
Think you see
Oh.
much down deep here in the cogs?
Not in the way of your kind.
Hmm.
More like her, though, and he nods to Callie.
My dragonborn down below.
No. Real people. People who know what hardship is. People who have to fight to survive day to day.
No, like someone like myself.
And
Alright.
the third companion? I thought there was 3 people. It was
Yeah, there's a middle-aged woman.
Yeah, she came with y'all. That's 5. Her and
Yes,
Leash.
It is.
And
It is
and
Eva.
five goes, oh, and really quickly like turns away and turns back. Yes, it is Ivar. It is me. Hi.
oh, okay.
Speaking
Hey,
of, Ivar,
forgot.
did you happen to get a good look at our quarry?
Only a little bit of a look. I don't know. Just the face, though. Not enough to duplicate.
Understandable. It was perhaps too much to hope for.
If I could have just, tapped him, just laid a single finger on him, I could have done something. But we weren't fast enough.
Samuel, do you think you could track them?
Probably. They felt weird. So, I'm sure if I got close enough, I could pick the trail up again. I don't think the rain washes through Cogsgate much. And K9 says, no. Nope, it doesn't reach down there.
Shepard's just gonna be like, wait, so, are we meeting Harvey?
We already met with Harvey.
Did we? I forgot.
He's still here.
Yeah. Harvey just like gives a quick wave.
He's like behind the rest of the people.
Yeah.
Shepard just like Dwight from Oz. Oh, fuck!
So we spoke to him, and then you want to take me to a church, and I don't think we're doing that tonight now.
Oh, right, we were going
No,
to
it's
church.
real late. It's like 2, 3 in the morning, so if you guys are going to want to get a long rest, you got to do it soon.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess. Are you going to be alright having a room here, K9? Or are you going to be going?
Yeah, I'll get a room.
Right.
Don't worry about
Ran-
me.
Rhiannon just shakes her head every time she hears the name. Slight
Okay,
titter.
Syria.
Oh, are we
Yeah.
using our made-up names now?
You have a made up
Okay.
name?
Okay, Stormborn.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say the same thing.
I didn't choose it.
Well, he didn't
chose to
choose
keep
it
it.
either. Well,
Alright.
We can
I'll be
see
off to
about
get a
if
room.
we can compare notes together in the morning.
that sounds good to me.
Do you need any sort of protection during the night?
Fire his window. Stop
No.
another dart.
Seeing
If they
as that
tried
you were
to kill
almost
you-
assassinated just now.
If they tried to kill you once,
We're in the
you
middle
might think they would
wards.
try again.
It's okay. They wouldn't follow me here.
Shepard's just gonna like. She's thinking as they go to sleep. She's just gonna stand outside of his door to be safe.
Hard drive noises.
Brrr.
Failure
Would-
to
would
boot
it-
Windows 10.
The fan's
Would I have
getting
to make a
hot.
perception check to notice the blue glowy from everyone now?
No, it was already pointed out, so Syria can see it with ease by looking.
Hmm.
If you know what you're looking for, it's a lot easier to see it.
Yeah.
It's an occasional swim and very faint in K9's eyes, but in Celica it's very noticeable, almost like something like a, when a car drives by in real life.
Yeah.
It's kind of like a swipe to one side like that for her, and Shep just randomly flickering.
Has
Sure,
Collie's
yeah.
I
gotten
look
worse
like
as
I'm
well?
looking.
What's that? Has Collie's gotten worse as well?
Yeah.
No.
Very confused
Hmm.
now. That's extremely peculiar.
What's wrong with me? Why is it always me?
I didn't have it until I helped K9. He gave it to me.
No, you had
Yes,
it.
you did.
No, you had
Oh.
It came back. It came
Oh.
back.
I forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We all thought I was gone because I had just uttered the words that it doesn't appear to be there
I
at the
forgot.
moment.
We didn't assume that.
Yes, and also, you probably gave it to K9. It's like a communicable disease.
Yes, life transference would have spread this. That's what
is
the
why-
takeaway is.
Yeah, so
So
again,
probably why
let's
she was
reiterate.
hesitant at first.
We're gonna reiterate the age-old saying of "Don't share dirty needles."
Mm-hmm.
You're
Don't
calling
share dirty
Shepard
living
dirty?
wood. My wood is
Yeah.
dirty.
I mean, you were cleaned out.
No, my bones were clean, but my wood is dirty.
The bones were
You can't-
removed, but the wood is still dirty.
You can't just go putting your wood in people without consent, okay?
Mage hand it before you use it.
Is everybody
Collie will-
okay?
Collie's
go ahead.
gonna mentally have her familiar invisibly, like, keep watch over. If there's an exterior way into his room, she's gonna have the imp just hanging out outside near there.
Oh,
She could
Uh,
have probably gotten him to fly outside and perched on the windowsill or something.
Okay. I didn't know if there was a window where his room would be.
Yeah,
If
yeah,
there
yeah.
is,
Most
then yes.
in Middle Tavix, they're average apartments and stuff. So most inn rooms would, unless they're on the interior, would have a window, and the interior rooms are normally reserved for like the suites and bigger rooms. So yeah, he would have a window.
If we're all sleeping on the same floor, Shepard would just like to sit in the hallway so she can keep an eye on all the doors.
Or
in the
camouflage
middle
with
of
coats and
traffic,
hats.
so people can't get by.
Yeah.
Is Harvey staying as well? Or is he going back to Kenneth?
I don't want to go out in the storm right now. I'll get a room.
Alright. It probably might be a good idea to let Carly know about the whole connection Syria.
Well, it's not 100% confirmed. Could be anything at this point until he goes away and we get to test it. Since he's not going away, I can't test it.
Samuel says that Harvey can share a room with him. He doesn't mind.
Very good.
Am I on my own then? Because I usually bunk with Shepard, but she's sleeping outside.
Ivar will bunk with you.
He can be whatever. They can be whatever you want.
Perfect.
Why do you have to make it weird?
Collie's going to want to attempt to talk to Shepard.
Oh lord.
Oh boy! All right, let's zoom in. Let's everybody quiet. Let's listen.
This is after everyone else is asleep.
How do you know I'm asleep? I just went to my room.
Well, once you go to your room, whatever. Because
This
Collie's
is
gonna
another-
eventually just go to sleep in her little hidey hole, and just have Shepard hang on to it while she does.
Shepard holds the hole. You hide in it.
Mhm.
Yes. So Collie is going to bring up to Shepard and say, while we were on our search, we came across something that could be of extreme leverage for our current employer.
Oh.
Yes. I do not wish to give too much of it away, because I do not know how well you would be able to hide such a thing, whereas I am extremely well practiced in such, and we cannot mention it to Rhiannon, due to her now having the connection.
Of course.
There is a person who, it appears, has another of the tomes of the Draconic Prophecy.
Is
They
that a
are
book?
willing. Well, I believe that yes, the tome is a book. Shit, just kind of thrown for a loop in the conversation. Did you? You have been to churches and things. Yes, you have never heard it called a tome.
Oh, well, I was just like, a prophecy is just a prophecy.
Uh,
Normally, it's not like
no.
a book, is it?
She
Well, it
does.
is
She hasn't
recorded
heard
anyway.
of tomes. I'm just gonna put this out there. She
Yeah.
doesn't seem like the type of person that has ever read any kind of scripture ever.
That's one of Shepard's secrets.
She don't know how to read.
Exactly.
Didn't need to. Everyone just read
So-
about her.
Her asking if it's a book is 100% on brand for her.
Well, there are. I do not know how much you know about the prophecy. I assumed that Yeeth had shared some with it, but it is cast down and set forth in various manners. One of those manners is through marks, like our friend Rhiannon has. That the prophecy can be, in times, read or at least interpreted through it. This is why there's. I am getting off topic. It is apparent, based on some of the indicators,
I
that
thought you said it was a book.
yes,
I'm joking.
Kali just sort of rubbing her snout. Please stay with me. There are many ways that the Draconic Prophecy is given to us. Once it has been discovered, it can be written down, transcribed. Much of it has been divined through magic and portents and the things. But I believe that there is someone who may have either a further claim upon the prophecy
I need
than Egith.
Sorry to interrupt. I need Callie to make a wisdom save.
Alright.
It's too hard trying to explain things to Shepard.
My mic isn't picking up, but I've been chuckling the whole time.
14 plus 3 for 17.
All right. As you're divulging this information, there's a feeling that there's something more. Almost like you have something to say that's on the tip of your tongue and you can't quite place it. There's a bit of a flash, and this memory kind of seeps forward. It's of Callie somewhere dark and foggy. She can't quite tell if it's early morning or just getting darker out. But it's an unfamiliar territory. And she sees very briefly the silhouette of a dragon in the distance. Its eyes kind of glow a very vibrant green, and the memory slips away.
So you see Kali like completely pause for just a moment or so as she's
After-
explaining.
I was about to say, is it long enough for Shepard to be like, hey?
I think it'd be long enough for Shepard to notice. How patient is Shepard?
She'll just stand there staring at you.
Okay.
Shepard is
Then no,
very
it's probably not long enough. It's probably not long enough for Shepard to be like, "Hello, did you fall asleep?"
Yeah.
Sorry. Just a momentary lapse.
It's okay. I have
Regardless,
those.
I believe. Yes, distressingly so, as I have noticed. I believe that this is something that our employer will be extremely interested to find. But I am not certain if it is best used as something that we could work as a bartering chip to strengthen our position under his employ, or whether it is something that we should try and pursue on our own.
I mean, last time we tried to bargain with him, he said, "Do this or I'm going to kill you."
This is a shock to Callie.
She just sort of stares at you in confusion.
Yeah, and the worst thing
Your,
was is
your
it was-
passive insight shows she's telling the truth.
Try to talk him out of it.
You're not there.
I know.
You're going to sleep!
Big Z's. Big Z's.
You're dreaming of lightning!
And whirlwinds and thunder.
Ollie
counting
looks
on nothing
extremely
whirlwinds.
troubled at that.
Oh, that's not the worst part of it.
What do you mean?
The task we had to do.
What
It-
was it?
We had to kill someone. Or he was going to kill us.
So Callie was informed that they did have to assassinate the head of House Jarasco. She knows about that ordeal. She doesn't know about the threat to kill them if failed, or the events. She's not 100% up to date on the events that transpired before then, with Celica.
And she's just gonna, yeah, that's how we lost Harvey.
So he forced you into this under threat of your lives.
He made it very clear.
Let us keep this between ourselves then, for now.
Of course.
I believe that we will need at some point soon, if possible, to attempt to contact Athrix. Or there
Oh,
Yo,
may be
spell
it's your boy, Athrix.
there may be another instead, but we will see. For now, I think it best that we do not trouble the others with this information.
Alrighty. You think she won't forget this the second you turn around?
Who was that
Also-
again?
Also, I did want to mention that we had some success in regards to finding what we were after. And she's going to take the... You said that I was able to acquire 5 six-sided die, correct?
No, they played you for your dice.
Didn't I play them for theirs and I won theirs? That was the bet, was theirs
Yeah.
versus mine, right?
No.
That
They
was
were
how I
rolling.
understood it.
They were rolling for Callie's dice. They each rolled.
Oh.
They each rolled Callie's dice to try and get her dice. They were trying to collect it, which was kind of the initiation.
Okay. I thought it
Uh,
was dice versus dice.
No, that was if there was a tie on Callie.
But what I meant was I thought the wager was for theirs versus hers.
Gotcha.
Because hers was the big fancy D20 and theirs were more standard D6s.
No, but that does give you more reason to meet back up with them.
Okay. I was planning, because I thought I had them, so I was planning to give one to each of the party members, but in that case, we were able to locate someone who has a set of 6-sided Bieshk dice. Since it seems that whatever is going on has worsened for you and Celica. And Kali thinks for a second, and I need to roll. What would it be to roll? Because the character, just thought of this, but I don't know if Kali would have. It's essentially just a sudden realization about putting
About the dice?
different information together. about the fact that Shep and Celica are suddenly worse, and Kali is
And
not.
right. No, you don't have to make a roll here. I think it's pretty obvious. I spelled this out for this exact moment. I think you're on the right track. So go ahead and stay.
Kali is going to like pause for a minute and look down and go, unless it is somehow tied into the fact that Celica now has living wood as you do, then I believe that the reason that your condition has worsened and mine has not is
No,
that
no,
I
no.
have.
Okay, no, I thought you were on to something different.
Well, she's going to say it is
Oh, okay.
because I do have the Biesk dye,
Okay.
as well as the bits of the ore in my garments.
Yes.
So you
It
think
would
that
behoove us,
forms like a
to
protective
very-
shield?
yes, which also leans towards what the affliction is. Biesk, from what I am aware, was mostly meant as a weapon against creatures that affect the mind, the creatures from the realm of madness. If we can acquire these dice, and you are able to keep them with you, it may help to either slow or stall the effects that you are undergoing. So it would behoove us to head back down to the Red Hammer as soon as possible, and see what we can trade or gamble for them.
All right. First thing in the morning, then.
Would you mind terribly watching over this for me? And hands her her ring.
I will take it.
Kali vanishes.
Ah!
And the ring is placed inside of Shepard.
I just put it in my pocket.
It's mine now.
You have pockets?
No, she has living wood though, so she just
Yeah.
slides it in there somewhere.
I just slide it next to my body, and like little Groot hands come out and take it.
Oh God.
You just had to
Oh.
make that extra weird, didn't you?
I like that. Please, that's 100% canon now.
It's like little Groot vines.
All right.
I'm glad I was already in the ring.
Storm doesn't lessen through the night as we go
Oh,
into
my eyes!
into the next morning. The thunder and rain continue. The saxophone is still going on outside somewhere, omnipresent.
It's a magic sax.
Yeah.
Grab it.
And
Where are you moving?
well, we're gonna
It's
say
not
it's
a magic
probably
saxophone.
about 8 a.m. when you guys bump into each other at for breakfast.
Well, before going downstairs, I wanted to grab a hold of Harvey.
Sure.
I just want to ask him, like, does he know the range of his psionic core? Like, how he's throwing out those visions the other night? Does he know how far they can extend?
Yeah, 'cause that goes
Honestly, this is the first I've known of them. So no, I have no idea,
Oh,
and I don't really have control over it. So
walk on it.
we didn't tell Callie that he's a scion forged.
Yeah, she'll just nod at that and go, need some field testing then.
I don't even know what that means.
And then when we go downstairs, I want to give like a look to Carly, say we better talk.
okay.
You give the whole stare and twitch.
As you
Okay, then you hear in your mind Kali's voice. What do you need to talk about?
No, you can't.
and approximately at that point in time, there's a loud kind of thudding, crashing, as Ivar tripped going down the stairs and
Oh no,
just
my boy!
plummets to the bottom. He's fine. He says he's fine.
I'm like I'm picking him up and dusting the dust off of him.
Did Leash stay here, or did he stay at Mama's?
No, Leash came with you guys, so Leash
Okay.
would be here too.
Okay.
Oh
Still
yeah,
wearing
the
the
band's
aviators.
getting together.
Got my aviators on, trying to hide the sparks.
Yeah. Before I met up with everyone else, can I say that I stayed behind from before Ivar came down? I
No.
wanted to check something. Fine.
Yes.
I don't
Good.
want to. No, you said no.
Good grand fine.
I wanted to check. I assume our rooms have like mirrors and stuff.
Only if you can afford it.
Did I afford it?
For you, you have to buy a new room or a new mirror each time you look at it.
Just,
So
just sneak
Yeah,
into,
here's a
I'm
mind
kidding.
Maybe he's a
yeah,
mind
yeah,
reader.
into Syria's
they
room.
do. Yeah, they do. They have mirrors.
Okay, I want to check to see if the eye glowing is still as bright as it was, or if it's gone back to being whatever.
You have this like, oh, okay, I'm fine, and then it streaks by and it's worse.
I smashed the wind. No.
I think I told you.
I haven't. Since she's got it, she hasn't checked it properly yet. Can she see what it's the new arms like attached to her? Like, if it's literally impaled into her arm, or if it's sort of like melded into it now?
It's grafted in, so she has living wood that's punctured into the skin,
Ugh.
and some of the metal has been grafted in as well.
Ugh.
But that's mostly hidden under the shoulder pad, and where the some of the chemicals are stored in the tubes at the top of the shoulder.
Mhm.
So that's not normally visible. But studying it and looking up under it and kind of moving it back and forth, she can see how it goes into her arm or her shoulder.
Is it bigger than her other arm?
Not necessarily bigger. It's just a bulkier form.
Do some flexes.
It also has that piston thing on the side.
Yes.
So it's probably hard to put a sleeve over it.
Oh yeah,
Probably do
definitely,
it, but
definitely
yeah.
ripping off all of her right shoulder sleeves.
Yeah, until they get out of like prototype phase and slim it down, it's going to be that way for a while.
Yeah.
I didn't ask for this.
All right. I don't know if I need to do any checks with it, but I just sort of move it around, see if it's still the same. If there's any issues before I go down.
No, it feels good.
Feels good.
Yeah.
How
Like,
thin-
well, I should say,
It feels not cursed.
yes. The burning is still there. The constant kind of like stuff interacting with your nerves. So you got that freshly burned feeling, that stinging inside the shoulder. But compared to your
Belly arm?
your regular arm, it's not the same exact kind of pain. It's different, and it's more tolerable, I guess, because you know it's not some curse or something wrong.
Right.
It's not something that was bestowed upon you from death. So in that sense it feels better. As far as pain levels, it's approximately the same as it would have been a few weeks ago.
Okay. I'm assuming the pain is sort of more like a when you like lent on an arm for too long and you feel like those pins and needles.
A little bit more than that, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's it. Then I'll just head back downstairs.
You witness Avar just falling.
Witness him.
Yes. Mediocre.
You know the meme of the boy yelling, "Oh no, the table!" That's kind of like what
Look,
our
man.
shepherd's doing.
It's like, oh god.
So what had Callie sent to Syria before Avar just pummeled his way down?
Just mentally, is this private enough?
Actually, would that work with Harvey being so close?
No.
Well, Harvey's not blocking anything. He's not like the speaker.
Also, from what I know, like, people can't listen in on that anyways, because it's not how it works.
So
If
can
you use, like, detect thoughts, you might could.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
that
basically,
or really powerful psionics abilities, but you're not there yet.
So, yeah. I'm basically just gonna think out back to Carly. Can't talk to him. Can't reach him.
The mountain man, you mean?
Yeah, see you guys.
What caused you to try and reach out to him this time?
Well, we're in Kenneth. Going over some, well, actually here. Found the forms, some interesting information. Right beneath us is a warforge. Is it called a warforge or a foundry? Anyways,
Creation Forge.
Forge.
creation forge, that's it. Yeah, beneath us somewhere is a creation forge. Making more of him, and she'll like look to Harvey,
Right, Brittany. Turn left.
just with like just a flick of the eyes.
Extremely interesting. So they are testing something brand new then.
Hmm. Wildly new. Still haven't quite confirmed if it really is the Psyforge blocking my connection to Yugith. But since
would
being in these
be
presents, haven't been able to.
It would be sensible if that is what it is. Especially since we are no longer under the confines of the Kenneth household.
Hmm. Need to test this more later, given the chance. At any rate, good not to have my throat scratched, itched, and tickled for now.
Let us all know if it returns.
We'll do. Yeah, she'll signal for some waitress or something to come over and start bringing food.
Righty.
Shepard is making sure everyone slept well.
Was the ring when Kali popped out of it? Because
Oh, right.
obviously Kali would have like popped next to Shepard and then been like, "May I have the ring back?"
Oh, yes. And she will. I was so gonna just like take a little vine and I would stretch it super long and hand it over to Callie, but I was like, no, let's not overdo this right now. So I will take it out and I will hand it to Callie.
Thank you, and she affixes it back to her hand.
How's
Alrighty.
Ivar?
Do you,
He's fine.
Shepard? Do you require any sort of regular intake of anything?
Not really.
You do not partake of oil?
I mean, I can use it.
So
Would you
Because
like some
Kali saw
Vaseline?
Warforged at that tavern
yes.
at the Red Hammer, like doing shots and stuff of oil, essentially.
Probably decking oil.
Well, they weren't. There was oil on the tables, but
Yeah.
normally what they would be doing is applying it to like their throat region instead of
Yeah.
like through a face. Yeah.
They're doing that for the novel.
They do have fluids
Mhm.
similar to oil inside of them.
What
So-
oil weight do you take?
10W30.
Okay, cool. We'll get some extra zinc additive. Keep the wear down.
Olive oil.
Full synthetic. Oh, wait,
Full synthetic Javelin.
But
And
Only
we'll
have
do
to
all
change
the
it on the
filters too.
mileage, not the date.
Yeah. Where's your logbook? Did you lose your logbook? I can't resell you without your logbook.
Shepard will mention that she just got her oil change at House Canneth, though.
That is not exactly what I mean. Do you not partake of it recreationally?
I have never had a need to.
I mean, we saw you have oils before.
I don't think it
Yeah,
is
but she
ever.
doesn't
Yes,
take
but
it
I don't do it normally.
She doesn't take them from shot glasses. To forget already.
Yeah, you definitely did not want to stay there. Went in a fire.
All right. Well, we are able to have our breakfast and
What are you even doing?
Catch up.
yeah.
Yeah, we should probably tell Carly about the stuff that was found inside you.
Yeah, let's not do that while we eat, though. We can do that
Oh,
walking
right.
talk.
Did
They
you
don't-
say we should probably tell about the stuff that was found inside you? Because if so, then Kali's just gonna mentally ask Shepard, "What was inside you? I saw the bones and the undead."
Shepard get a full body shiver.
They played doctor with me.
Are you better now?
I'm coping.
Do you not wish to talk about it?
I mean, I can show you.
Very well.
That was the most ominous thing Shepard has ever said.
So Shepard will
No, we have
reach
to
in
do
her
the
pouch and start pulling out trinkets. Like a bell, a ribbon, a
Tibia.
rock.
Holly
Just-
examines these intently. Are there any markings or personalizations or anything on these?
There's
Right.
lockets, like they're personal items.
Yeah, Rhiannon will just hold out and go, come on, here, now, we're waiting.
And Shepard just starts going on. This one belonged to so and so. And he died
They are
like
mementos.
so and so. And she's describing things.
The people she tried to save. Up to carry the weight of the dead on their shoulders.
Holly
Good
will.
choice.
She
So
has
you've got this held out on like the palm of your hand, like your hands
no,
open.
she
On
has
the
a full
table.
pouch and she's pulling
You're
them
taking
out.
them out one at a time.
She's
Okay.
taking them out and then saying what they belong to and then putting them down. This pouch is full.
Holly's going to
looks be
reach
like
over.
60 to 80 in there.
Holly's going to reach over and take Shepard's hand that's not holding the pouch, and then guide it to fold it over the pouch, like closing it, and then hold both of Shepard's hands in Collie's. And look at her and say, if these are something that you keep so that they are remembered, then that is a noble thing. If these are something that you keep for guilt, they should be cast aside.
She's just kind of like looking at your hands and then she looks up. She's well, I was going to bury them. You know, give them proper funeral rites.
That
But then
is an
one of
option
these
as
trinkets
well.
belongs to Celica's uncle.
He's going to return each and every one of them home. Apparently.
We didn't know he was her uncle until we met up with Harvey. And he said, oh yeah, I know that guy.
Yeah.
Harvey was
Le-
like, hello.
And
Leo DeCannis.
turns out Harvey is Celica's uncle.
Here's
Yeah.
a terribly
So-
small continent.
So Celica is a Decanith. Is what?
It was
By-
married,
by
it was
marriage.
married
Yeah, by
into-
marriage, yeah.
Not much good at making things. She just
Yeah.
breaks things.
You see it.
Thanks.
You see Collie's gaze sort of go over to Celica for a moment,
Mary
And then back-
DeCannis is my father, apparently.
over to Harvey, and then back to Shepard, and you just see Collie sort of like shake her head just the slightest bit,
And she's just
And-
like, she's pulling out this locket.
and she goes, "Of course. Why should it not be so?" And she looks to Shepard and she says, "If you believe that you can return these things, then that is all well and good. But those who have passed are past. And
she's,
you must not cling to such things forever."
oh no, they were
You
clinging
must-
to me apparently.
Inside of you.
Very
Well,
small.
I
Yeah, the
assume
stuff
that
was-
you put them there at some point?
Because
The-
it logged in.
The stuff was basically undead.
Oh right,
Well-
I forgot to mention, I had to cleanse these. They were necromantic at one point.
All the more reason.
Yeah.
If you believe that they will rest buried, then that is a good thing to do, and we should hasten to do so. Perhaps before anything else. It is not good. And you've noticed that you're a cleric, so you have good wisdom, so you have a pretty good passive perception, do you not?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You've noticed that Kali, when she took your hands and stuff, she was very careful that her fingers and stuff never touched any of these items. She only touched your hands.
Oh. Hang
And
on
she'll let go of your hands at
I'm
that.
getting out.
1 second.
So that's not on me. That's on my phone.
I'm making sure of something real quick.
What's the skin
Okay.
conductivity of a Warforged? I need to know if she just got tasered.
So yeah, she'll just be like, well, one down, 22 more to go.
Do not torment yourself thus. Is there not a dragon-marked house that could assist in delivering these back to their rightful owners?
Oh, Samwell!
Yeah, so we're waiting for Samwell.
Samwell! And she's just like stands up and like staring at him.
Just blinding light coming from your visor as you yell out his name.
Yeah.
Kali's gonna go back to eating her fish
And
breakfast.
she immediately like puts all the trinkets back in the pouch as she walks over to Samwell and she's like laying the pouch in front of him. She's like, "Can you help me?
How so?
I need to find the owners of these."
Like,
or any
right-
or
Right.
any
Column.
or any living relatives.
Right now?
I mean, were you doing anything? As he's probably shoving his food in his mouth.
Well, other than eating, don't we have more pressing matters at hand? You know, with the whole... He, like, points to your face,
Yeah.
the flickering and stuff.
She's just kind of staring at him and like she's taking it in.
Can I do
And
a
she looks
persuasion
down
roll?
and slowly parts putting the trinkets back in the pouch.
He's
Sad
defying
dude
you,
uses-
Shepard.
Can I do a persuasion roll, Shepard? Just as, like, it's like, don't worry, dear, we'll get to it soon enough.
Well, I mean, she understands now. She's slowly putting her trinkets away.
So, I think we're going down to the cogs today.
It is a wonderful place.
I've never been.
Sounds like
I haven't either. It's exciting.
They will
mean-
not like you there. Well, you
Oh.
perhaps, Shepard.
Oh.
They won't like me?
I do not. You're. Neither of you are the types of folks who frequent the cogs.
yeah, it's just like
He ain't
Dana
lying.
said. I have an idea.
Shepard
Samwell
does
was
another
able to.
The
Samwell
K9.
has a much more carefree manner and he is very easily relatable. He knows
He just
how
winks
to-
at you.
I'm very relatable.
I'm a people person.
Samwell and K9 both bust out laughing, and Ivar backs it up with an awkward laugh as if he doesn't quite get the joke.
He's just tagging along for it.
Yeah.
Angrily eating my breakfast now.
It is no slight on you. You are what you are.
I don't have to take that as an insult or a compliment, but thanks.
Samwell is an exception. He is very jovial.
Me, baby. What else can you say?
I mean, it's part of why I tried to hire him, and then he just ended up tagging along anyway.
And then you killed him.
It relieved
Wow.
him of employment to-
Everybody at the table looks at Celica, and Samwell's just like, she's not lying.
Including
put so
Kali
bluntly.
just stares.
It didn't need to be put so bluntly, but yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She burned my brain out of my skull.
It was pretty
Not on
black.
purpose.
It was a good,
Before you ask, not
yeah, a
intentionally.
very nice skull.
Sorry, it was hard to tell if it was on purpose or not due to my brain incinerating from inside of my skull.
I know you understand or whatever, but I'm more for Ollie.
I think that Samuel is probably the one whose understanding you should seek more than mine.
No, he's cool with it. He told me.
Not gonna lie, I was gonna think about saying that.
Yes, well, as long as we don't repeat that.
Well, I can't,
Well-
seeing as I don't have it anymore.
To put it bluntly, your kind are not seen that often down below. Humans.
Oh. Well, time to change that then, I guess.
She's still human? Looks at the arm.
Is it pick on Seneca morning or something?
You will probably bear the worst of it, Rhiannon. You reek of nobility.
Sniffs
Dinky.
herself.
I'm sure it'll be just fine, Carly. It'll be just fine.
She's just gonna have a bubble of prestidigitation to clean the air that she breathes.
Oh, she'll like
You
sort
are
of
so
scratch
gonna get robbed and shanked. This is like
He's gonna like he starts like scratching at her the ghoul bite mark scars. That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'd be
Been
I
worse.
guess quietly to Carly is like, should we tell K9 about the whole, like pointing at the eye thing, at the eyes?
you gave it to him.
I didn't.
I meant the collective you.
Oh,
What, suddenly the Borg here?
Yeah.
Assimilate.
Edgy Anakin Skywalker.
Yes, we should probably talk to him about it on the trip down.
yeah.
K9, I assume you would not be averse to heading back down to the cogs in pursuit of our quarry?
No.
Fang character.
I gotta catch Fang. It's my only way of getting paid.
Well, we are after him as well.
Are we?
Perhaps we can pool our resources.
I think that's the guy we're going
Well-
down there to find.
I suppose not if you don't wish to go, Celica.
No,
You're
no, it's
welcome
not
to
that. It's just that I
Have a
wasn't there for the
leisurely
conversation.
weekend.
I wasn't there for this conversation about this fan guy.
Yes, you were. We spoke about it last night.
I was there.
Yeah.
You did speak about it.
I didn't know we were going after him, is what I'm saying.
Did we?
But alright.
Get all the way?
He is in all likelihood the one who attempted to kill this fine gentleman in our very presence.
Well, then that's the best reason to go after him, then, isn't it?
He is also, as I told you, a lead on the ore we are after.
Rihanna's just gonna
Which
get
may-
up and start going. Like, come on. Well, you about this all morning on the way down.
What's the rush?
The boys get up. They follow.
Holly gets up in unison with them.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Shepard gets up.
Are you coming
Not
as well,
in
Harvey?
unison with herself.
Huh?
Come on, Celica.
Wait, is Harvey coming with us, or is he heading back to the Kenneth building?
I said the boys get up.
That's
Harvey's a
including
boy.
Harvey. Okay,
The
No,
boys.
Harvey's a man.
fine.
All
Oh,
right,
man.
Shepard, we'll just take him in the private room and, you know,
I need
go
a
have him
tune-up.
oil you up again.
I need my fluids changed again.
I need him to scam me with his OBD too.
Already? You filthy warforged.
To the cogs, then.
I
So
get clogged
dirty.
up so easily.
Ew.
It's like a McLaren. Needs replacement all the time.
Such a dirty
Ne-
warforged.
never say that again. Get clogged up easily.
Little clumpy.
Now you know your next dirty talk move.
Yeah. Oh, clog me up.
Oh no, my
Get
tubes.
the... Come on,
Hey,
clog
baby.
me, Mr. Drano.
Hey, baby, you ready to clog me up?
God.
Let me see
He
your
needs to go
boulders.
wash his
All,
beard.
all I can think of is that damn advert where they're putting down the drain block cleaner that's just this heavy liquid.
Yeah, Mr. Drano.
All right. Well, let's head on down. It's gonna be an hour of riding, and you guys actually have to board one of the larger air skiffs. You know, the big
Air skiffs? I thought we were going to be taking like the elevators.
no air skiffs.
Do they even
Oh,
go
so
that
we're,
low?
we're splurging.
Yeah, well, skiff's gonna be the best mode of travel during the day. Heading down on the elevators. Rihanna's never gonna go for that.
Is it uncovered?
What's that?
Is the elevator uncovered?
Well, the ones that go all the way down are filthy.
They're just giant like metal platforms, right?
Basically, the ones that go all the way down to the lower Sharn and towards the cogs.
So like Silent Hill.
Rhiannon would not want to touch them.
Also,
Just
at
like
best,
one
there's like
look,
a
kinda like,
3-foot
ugh.
safety rail, and then most
It's
of
like-
them, those have been broken or removed.
Exactly, yeah.
Like, if it's an absolute must, she will, because I don't know what's worse than the Mournland.
It's
Might
like
not
an-
have smelled and been as stinky, but still.
It's like the elevator in Praetorium.
There's a moment where you guys stop and look at this like beat up, rundown metal platform that's going down, and you see the chains that are kind of like letting it go down because these aren't magical ones. The magical
Oh, no,
ones
but that-
are elsewhere.
different.
This one's just like kink, 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 grinding a little bit. It drops like 5 to 10 feet and then continues down.
This is definitely how Kali and the boys went down the other day.
Yeah, but
Oh,
if
of
something
course.
goes wrong, if something goes wrong, I can't fill the full lot of you.
But that's why like Kali would bring it up. If they were like the skiff. Kali's like, do we that sends a message immediately.
Well,
Fine.
I
Take the
suppose it's,
elevator.
okay. Give me a wisdom save, Rhiannon.
Is the higher number or the lower number better?
Yes. The answer is yes.
Okay. Ready. Oh, use the glass dice.
If it's too low, use your inspiration on it.
It's a 6
Total?
total.
Keeping it?
Beautiful.
Okay, yeah, I'll keep it.
All right. So, the one you guys get on, of course, rusted up, nasty. You're not sure if somebody's actually currently living in one of the corners of it, but you don't want to go close enough
God.
to find out. The smell kind of washes towards Rhiannon, and you are unable to stave off the retching noise. You
Oh no, it's gonna start chain casting.
no, she's not throwing up. It's just like she's unable to like grimace and make that single retch sound, and then it drops like 15 feet, just free fall for a second. Enough
One
that
saving grace.
Oh no.
that it would have probably startled everybody, but more so Rhiannon. Like you actually like, ah! and you're the only person that does that like small scream. So the rest of them all kind of look at you.
I will pat her on the head.
Kay is just like, this isn't gonna be good for her.
Should we leave her behind?
perhaps we should have just taken the skiff anyways. I don't think we're going to pass her off.
It's too late now. Let's keep going.
All right. Well, we get down into the. Let me see here, just making sure that I get the mapping right, since we're taking.
How's the safety situation on the edge of this elevator looking?
What's safety?
There's a situation that involves safety.
I don't think OSHA comes down this far.
So it's just an open edge leading off into the hole.
Yes.
that descends.
Yes.
You think
Love
they
it.
have the money to put bars up?
Well, some of them have like just high enough that it makes it even better to push someone over, so they pinwheel all the way down.
Yeah. They couldn't even afford that.
Well, it probably got taken off and sold for scrap metal.
There we go. Okay. So taking the elevator would have put us in Rowan's Gate, and then we have to walk over to Cog's Gate. which is a bit of a trek. Rhiannon gets to see the homeless situation down below. Um, with such a large group, it's kind of easy to hide her in the middle so she doesn't attract attention. As you guys get into Cogsgate, before finding one of the areas that descends down into the cogs, there's a splat to the party's left and a faint groan. A goblin has hit the ground.
Shepard runs over.
Is it just gonna turn to mush?
No, it seems to still be alive.
Medicine check.
I'll aid with that.
You're just going to encourage it.
23.
It's with your aid gets up. It's hurting a bit. It definitely took some damage, and as Shepard looks it over, the party can also see that its face and its nose are unusually like rectangular, flattened. When it goes to speak in common, it's just, "I'm fine. I've almost got the immunity. Just let me be." And he kind of begins to saunter back off and goes up to another bridge.
That's not
And-
how that works.
And he leaps off of it again.
I'm not gonna
And
stop.
splats
Fuck
on
it.
the ground.
not
It
gonna
just
stop
splats
him.
on the ground.
How many
Uh,
jumps is this now?
I don't count. And gets up, making his way back to the bridge. But I do it every day. I'll get fall immunity one day.
Don't think that's a thing, is it?
Rhiannon wants to speak up, but sometimes you
it.
can't save people from their own stupidity.
Prove it.
I mean, you're kind of proving it
And
right now.
he just jumps again.
Do a flip.
Splats, stands back up, and I'm not dying.
Yes.
It's working.
Go a little higher, perhaps.
He goes another bridge up.
Syria! What have you done?
Nothing he's not
Lance.
going to do to himself.
Lands flat on his face. Doesn't move for a few seconds. And then slowly gets back up.
Okay.
I told ya.
Oh, you're very hardy.
All right, well,
What are you hoping to do once you have this immunity to falling?
I'll be immune to falling.
And how do you plan to utilize this?
I mean, that's immortality.
In Sharn, basically.
Yeah,
I mean, to
fair
falling damage, yeah.
enough. That's a good point.
But there are other things that can hurt you.
I'll just become immune to those too.
So you're just going to keep, when you finish getting fall damage, you're just going to keep stabbing yourself until you're immune to stabbing damage?
Yes.
Shepard just gets
Well,
up and
This
walks
looks
back to
like
the party.
extremely hungry work. Would you like some jerky to be on your way with?
No.
He's got a hunger for pain, Carly. Just walk him out of it.
All right, well, good luck. And instead I could
Post
just go,
guide your progress then.
And he goes up. He's going to continue jumping from the higher bridge now.
Oh no.
if we hadn't
There's
come
only one
along,
way.
he probably would have been fine.
We eventually find ourselves at an entrance down into the cogs, and you can feel the heat kind of pressing its way out from these large iron gates. Steam billowing out where the filth that is rained down here is essentially just immediately evaporating away once it gets to a certain point inside the cogs.
Do not worry, it is only a damp, musky heat.
It's just
Oh,
like
no.
I'm used to.
What a lovely smell you've discovered.
You never smelt this
Uh,
before?
It's just Louisiana in the summer. You're fine.
And after some roving around, following the boys and Kali, let's gather the party here. And their tokens. Get everybody and stuff together.
Oh boy.
Okay, 3, 2, 1, let's jam.
Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
Shepard,
Eh?
you may find some pressure to try out some of those imbibements of oil I mentioned before.
You got
Okay.
peer pressure into it?
Alright, so
Not
before I
I.
actually try to describe the cogs, I'm going to pull us over to the cogs.
Show us. Show us straight up. Give it to us straight.
Give us your secrets.
Let yourself enjoy it, Shepard.
It's
Oh.
making
Alright.
Shepard feel awkward.
Oh god, is that lava?
Yes,
That's lava, baby.
that's the cogs.
Bubbling up, boiling about, spilling out of the cliff faces. Notice that there's no guardrails here.
No.
That's intentional.
Oh boy.
The streets are busy with basically any race that's not an elf or a human. You're pretty sure you see at least one Naga just kind of slithering by. The hideous type, the one that's more snake with just a face on the end of it.
Oh man.
Yeah. Slithers by.
Does it wink at Celica?
No.
Still kind of cool.
And it spits on the ground as it goes past.
That's a
Yeah,
compliment.
there are a couple of those like spits at the party as they recognize a couple of humans in the midst.
Like a
And
humanoid.
Samuel just kind of gives them a look and they leave it. They're like, oh, never mind. He knows.
Knows the look of
and
this world.
as we
So is it
round
one of
some-
those things where, like, as soon as we got down here, like, Samuel's whole demeanor, like, just the way he carries himself changes?
100%, yeah. He's
Yeah.
like, yeah. He's much more intimidating, as it were.
He's gone
There's
from
one-
song bard to I will shank you in the back bard.
Yes.
Death Bard.
Yeah.
He, so one of the things that catches your eyes down here as we're walking the now dry, humid streets. Let's get rid of the rain and the thunder here.
We just need lava noises.
Yeah, blah 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 blah. You see this building that has all these gears and cogs kind of whirring and grinding on it. Lots of steam pipes whistling out stuff. And Kay and Callie and all the ones that were with her are able to kind of point out that that's it. That's the red hammer. And you can actually see that there's this very large hammer off to the right of the entryway.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Red hammer.
Mm-hmm.
Did somebody say Red Hammer?
Yum.
Well, what are we waiting for? Lead us in.
I forgot
All
It
right.
would be best not to mutter any sort of judgments of anything you see.
Who you
Let's-
specifically? Are you saying this to everyone or just specifically someone?
Basically towards Celica and Rhiannon.
Why? I don't insult
Hey.
people.
A tall, three-eyed warforged nods to Callie and to Shepard and opens the door, letting you guys in.
We would have made sure to keep Celica and Rhiannon in the middle of the party.
Yes,
so it's not one of those
that was already
like,
said. Yeah.
yeah.
Shepard kind of
Especially here though, so it's not one of those like door closes on the last two people.
yeah.
Yeah.
She kind of gives like a really awkward wave to the Warforged bouncer.
He just nods.
Hmm.
And there's some different music playing when we enter here. There we go.
Alternative punk.
All right, this is my kind of place. Kay walks in, finds a seat, and begins to relax
Are the Warforged who are the three that we were doing the gambling with who have the dice here right now? I
Not
would
at the
assume probably
moment.
not.
Yeah, not at the moment. It seems like the place isn't super busy as Blue and oh my goodness, the saxophone's out. Hang on, I got to turn. Yeah,
That's a loud saxophone.
yes, it is. There we go.
Guess
Turn
we'll
it
go
down.
sit with
It's
Kay and everyone
passionate.
else.
Yeah. So yeah, it seems like most of the patrons would probably be at work right now. It's not exactly dead in here, but it's certainly not busy. There's plenty of empty tables all around. Blue's working the counter and Crucible's cooking in the back.
I don't know who these people are, but nice.
So Shepard is not. She's
Blue
seen-
is a Sapphire Warforged, and Crucible you recognize to be a Warforged Juggernaut in the back cooking.
Shepard has seen other Warforged, obviously, like in town and stuff. But this is certainly making her giddy.
Yeah, there's a lot of them here.
Yeah, there's more than usual in one spot for her.
Ollie is
I'm
going to
sorry.
go up to the bar and ask whatever you think would be best for my Warforged friends. First, drink, please, on
A
me.
lot of water.
Not really a drink, but yeah, we
You know
have
what I mean.
some stuff that should clean her right up. And
But I have just been
Yeah.
cleaned.
That is not the point, Shepard.
yeah, listen to her. Try this. And he hands her a thin, tall glass of clear liquid.
Does Harvey go up with him as
Shepard
well?
just kind of takes it and, like, for a second, because she's only applied stuff to her body, like she hasn't actually tried drinking anything.
So- Collie's pointing to her own throat, like, here. After having seen them do it last night.
Yes.
And Shepard just kind of like looks to Callie, takes the glass, and just clinks it against her faceplate.
What?
Collie just hand over the face.
Like,
Blue looks at Shep. No, you apply it where your living wood is. It'll work itself out.
she just dumps it down her chest plate.
We need to use that.
There you go. You don't have any nerve endings to feel, so
Yeah.
it essentially just gets absorbed into the living wood and the roots. You don't feel any effects immediately from it. It would probably take more of imbibing this stuff to really feel the effects, but that's probably ill-advised. Wait until you feel the effects first.
No, buy her more. I do not feel. I'm gonna be like Legolas. I'm starting to feel a tingle in my fingertips. She's just
I'm
gonna
sorry.
dunk it down and be like, "Am I supposed? Okay, what do I do now?" She's putting the glass back on the table. Thank you.
Blue nods.
I was curious, Blue, if you have a moment.
Yeah, sure.
Do you know of any hobgoblin smiths down here in the cogs?
Let me think. What are you looking to have made?
Not necessarily what I'm looking to have made, but what I'm looking to have something made from. Which, as
Oh,
far as
okay.
I'm aware, they are the best at.
Well, let's see. There's a place that's not far from here. A few turns. Well, hell, Kay, you know where it is. You could show him. To old Barjack. He, if you're looking for something unique, I would try there first.
It's fine.
And
Barjacks. Thank you. And she's gonna slide 2 silver across the table for the information.
While this is happening, Shepard's just
He
looking
nods,
around.
takes the coin.
And if one of the other Warforged like meet her gaze, she's just gonna awkwardly wave.
So, I'll need a Constitution save.
One of the Warforged breaks you.
I will
break
you.
My brain just farted for a second. 11, 14.
Let me out.
So, you feel kind of just a little bit sluggish when you make that wave. You're not sure from what, but you definitely feel a little bit weird.
I don't know
I look
where
at
it
my
was.
hand, and then I try to wave a little bit harder.
I still don't know where I am.
The Warforged that you're waving at looks away.
I'll head back to the table with K9.
K9's just sitting back, relaxing. But you can tell he's also keeping a keen eye on the place.
The Terminator.
Is there anything that we should be looking out for other than what we're supposed to be looking for?
I don't know what you mean.
Well, seeing as we're apparently not liked down here, I don't know if there's anything I should be being aware of that I should keep out for.
I think you should
I-
be aware of is your own outlandish behavior at times.
I think I need you to reiterate that in common.
Is there anything fishy we should be looking out for, like shifty?
And we got a shifter sitting right next to us.
I'm
What
sorry.
the hell you mean by that?
Was that a remark as to what I am?
No, I was asking out of character.
No, I know out of character what he's asking.
Oh,
K-
okay, that was all.
K9
Okay. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
K9 is very confused as to what the hell Celica's talking about. Looking out for something that they should be looking out for, that they should be looking out for? He didn't.
I believe the remark is, since we both seem to have the same quarry, is there any specific task that you think we would be more well suited to? Or any particular of us who may be more useful to assisting you in a direct matter than the others?
Well, if you got a keen eye, I'd say you're an unfamiliar face down here. You might have a better chance at spotting him than I will. I can head upstairs and keep an eye on you guys, and then if you guys want, you can give a little bit of a wave if you happen to spot him, and then I'll come down.
What does he look like exactly? I didn't think we were told before coming down.
I killed Queen first.
Pale greenish skin, strange black stripes, markings. Rather orc-like essentially, but key difference is orcs have noses. He doesn't. He has these snake-like slits for a nose.
Is he lithe or quite built?
Yep, he's lean.
Can I do an Arcana check to figure out what kind of race that might be? Oh, history.
Arcana wouldn't help you. History might. Nature would be the best.
Yeah.
We also know that he must be at least something of a gambler.
Mhm.
Nature. Ooh, 23. Hold up.
It is possible that if there is what seems to be an easy mark, that we might could lure him in. But
So
you
that
would
was a
have to
23.
be...
From
23
the
nature check.
description, it sounds like maybe it's some form of cursed orc, or maybe a half orc that's had something happen to it. But you've never heard a description like that of any particular species in character. So it sounds like somebody that might have been from the Shadow Marches.
Okay.
No knows, he who shall not be named.
Out of character, you guys should just leave Shepard at a table alone. Bam, easy target.
I was gonna say Mikey Jackson, but yeah, sure.
So would it be best is that we split up or stick around on the floors or what?
It would be
K9's
far too
already-
unusual for the two of you, pointing at Rhiannon and Celica, to be down
Need a
here not in your own company. So splitting you two off would make no sense. Shepard could easily take their own place.
K9 is already headed upstairs.
However, other than that, I suppose that it is best that we just find a way to pass the time.
What, like
Game
play
then?
games, get drunk?
Nothing like playing games and getting drunk at 9 o'clock in the morning.
Mhm.
Let's start
That's
early.
normal.
By the gods, what lives you lead.
All right, I think we're going to take a quick break,
Okay,
grab some snacks and stuff, and then get back and resume.
sounds good.
Okay.
I'll put us on
You're
break.
right.
All right, welcome back, everyone. So we've established that K9 is going to be
Whoa.
quote-unquote hiding amongst the patrons here at the Red Hammer, while the rest of the party kind of tries to act as bait, maybe lure in Bang or hopefully nail Galvin and what's it?
Pretty far?
Torment.
Torment. Thank you. I was just about to get to it. Yeah, nail Torment and Galvin. See if they show back up. However, Blue, the Sapphire Warforged at the front, is eventually going to speak up and say that they probably won't be here till after the first work shift lets out, and he tells you it's going to be the blue and violet swirling steam. When that whistle goes off, that's when you know the first work shift of the day is done. It's at this point in time that Callie is kind of able to put two and two together and realizes that all these random pipes letting off whistling and colors are to tell you what shifts are letting out and what's going on locally here in this area of the cogs.
Quick, Shepard, take note of that.
Huh?
Write that shit down.
Doodle it! Doodle it
Steam?
now!
Blue steam?
Blue and violet.
Blue and violet.
Gosh.
Alright, so we
Pay
have until the blue and
attention.
violet steam goes off to dick around.
Yes, so that being the case, perhaps we can go and take a quick visit over to Old Barjack's in the meantime.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that any of the rest of you are interested in while we are down here?
I didn't know what we're
Strangers
seeing.
in this
No, I'm
strange
sorry.
land. We'll follow you.
What did Carly ask? Sorry.
Anything we
If
want
there's
to do.
anything else, anybody else wanted to go do or see while we were in the cogs.
Uh,
I was saying that we're strangers in a strange land, so we'll just follow you around.
Let us be on
But-
our way then.
okay.
What?
I don't know. I don't know.
Speak up, Celica.
What do you want, Daywalker?
Topside lover.
Alright, let's go to this thingy. Them two need to stick
bet you
really
in-
close.
I bet you enjoy real rain.
Yes.
Disgusting.
I bet you also enjoy breathing fresh air.
I
Yes.
kind of want to go check out around the place.
Not by yourself, you don't.
Make the ring.
No, go ahead. Go look around while they're off to visit Barjax.
Remember what happened last time Celica
No,
wandered
I
by
mean that's what
herself?
that was in response to what Carly was asking me.
If you do not wish to go to Old Barjack's, I am certain that the boys might be able to keep you.
Yeah, they would. You can
Contained.
go with them if you want to go with them.
Yeah. So
Where the
if you want
boys
to go
going?
somewhere else,
What the
They're
boys
not
do?
going with you guys.
yeah,
They're-
not
they're
going to
hanging
Old
back.
Barjack's.
Oh, okay.
They're hanging back and gambling. They're basically just going to be killing time, keeping an ear out on things.
Is Barjags a blacksmith?
Yes.
A smith of sorts.
Well, I guess that's good enough. I'll come.
Oh no, a place where
Good
they're doing
enough.
things.
Mm.
No, I'm not. I did not have the time to fully decorate all this stuff, so
That's fine.
going into empty places.
Yeah,
Theater
we're
of the
prepping
Well,
for
I
his
didn't
birthday
think
party
that you would have
tomorrow.
been prepped for me to tell you something that I didn't even think about myself until just now.
Well, it's normally I go through and furnish a lot of the places, but I just didn't have the time.
Oh man, look at all these tools.
All right, so approaching the business, there is indeed a hobgoblin behind the counter. Seems to be kind of kicked back, relaxing, and smoking a pipe. Just a moment.
This guy knows how to live.
He's all
Yeah.
relaxed because everyone's working.
Yeah. He's got kind of a deep reddish skin, and his hair is a very dark, not very lustery black. It goes down past his shoulders, and he has 3 braids that come from the top, the back portion of his head, and they go around the front of his shoulders. He is in what looks to be like studded leather, but as you approach, you notice that it is not a leather material at all. Let's see here.
How wide is this boy? How thick? How broad?
He's wider than Shep,
Ooh,
damn.
he a thick boy.
and I'll get to his reaction in just a
Looks
moment.
like
But I gotta
trees.
make sure that I have.
So basically, Hobgoblin, Jason
Where's-
Momoa.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Where
he a
is? Oh, there
thick
they are.
boy.
Shepard, are you gonna hit on the hobgoblin Jason Momoa?
I speak goblin.
I saw the stars all the way down here.
I imagine that's your actuals. Are you gonna hit on him? I speak goblin.
Literally and figuratively.
Do you want to check our vocabulary?
So as you're approaching, you notice that this studded leather stuff it's almost as if each piece is glowing like dying embers in a coal fire.
Wow.
He looks at the party, grunts, and stands up. And when he stands up taller than Shep. So
yeah, Shepard's like
yeah.
7 foot tall.
he's just a bit taller than her. Let me see if I can actually grab a token for.
Want to ask why we need custom models
Shepard's a
ASAP.
big girl, okay?
Yeah.
This is what you would call an absolute unit.
Yeah. She weighs
Yeah.
almost 300 pounds.
Well, yeah.
Thought you
'cause
were
she's
gonna say
mostly
tons, man.
stone. She's stone and metal and wood.
Yeah.
This guy is 320 pounds of sheer muscle.
And skeletons. She should be light now that she's lost those.
Yeah, you
she's
got
still
rid of all
carrying the
those
bag.
bones.
He
Oh, no, she's
stands
still
up
carrying the
and,
pouch
and
around.
towers over her.
This
She's
will have
like,
to work.
oh.
Did Shepard just immediately discover something about herself when he is taller than she is?
I'm sure. So
boy.
he's,
Not many
he's
things are
still
taller than
considered a
Shepard.
medium-sized creature, but I'm just doing this to help the theater of the mind here.
Shepard, like, my.
Shepard is not
He-
used to looking up.
He leans forward over the desk that he was propped at. It kind of creaks under his weight. What brings you to Barjax?
Kelly,
I was
what does
informed-
bring us to Barjax?
Kali just sort of does, like, the stop and turn slowly to stare at Rhiannon.
She says it with a grin.
Shepard's morning star falls.
Gosh.
Combat
I
begins.
am sorry. As you could probably guess, they're not from around here.
Well, none of you are.
That is also correct,
You
but
smell too
they-
clean.
they are especially not from around here, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah, I get you.
I was informed by the barkeep at the Red Hammer.
Just
But
cut
perhaps
to the
you-
chase.
Very well. I am curious if you happen to have any sort of Bieshk armaments or armor, or any of the ore that you might be able to utilize to smith something for us.
Oh, I'm not much of a storage facility. I make what you bring to me.
Custom orders only.
That would be most useful. We are working
If-
on trying to track some down. It is good to know that there will be somebody who is capable of utilizing it. Is there perhaps any sort of services that we could provide for you in exchange for doing this service for us once we are able to provide you with the materials?
Always looking to get something for free.
If you prefer currency, we can of course do that.
No, it's a joke. It's a joke. I'm assuming that one of your pink skins here can cast a few spells.
Depends on the spells.
I'm
I
not
believe that
pink.
would be a
Shepard
safe
raises her
assumption.
hand.
Brianna wants to say, I'm actually light tan, but not pink.
When you are cut and dried, you're pink.
Shepard lowers her hand.
What are you lowering your hand to?
No,
He had raised her
I
hand
was
to
saying
talk.
I raised my hand whenever he said casting spells, and then whenever he said that, I lowered it.
What sort of spells were you looking for?
Well, I can always put a mage right to use, and they definitely seem the type. Well, I can have my business expanded, but I would be much more interested in moving locations altogether, and there's somebody across the road that has a better facility. And if they were out of the picture, I could finally get the place myself. They're not going to be letting it up anytime soon.
What trade are they involved in?
Same as
They sell things that are hard to find.
We can see what sort of arrangement might be most amenable. It may be that we will be most useful serving, as you mentioned, in a capacity such as a mage right. But we will see what we can do on your behalf in regards to that.
He nods.
Okay. Do you
Syria,
perhaps have...
sorry,
ahead.
Syria. Seeing this ember glowing kind of leather-looking material, you know that it's not leather. It's not even remotely close to it. It's a type of earthen ore called ignum or ignium,
Oh.
and basically, it's
I messed up my camera.
volcanic material that can be that basically keeps the volcanic nature within it. It's able to keep the heat and the element of fire in it in itself.
Very cool.
Yeah.
I'm sure stuff like that wouldn't suit anybody in this party. Nobody in this party has any affinity or usage of fire.
But I will mention to him, just, oh, is that ignium such and such? Pretty cool.
Yes, it is. As expected from a bookworm.
Myself.
He,
As just one more aside before we take up too much of your time. Do you perhaps know if any of the mines nearby have been closed unexpectedly, or if any of the newer mines have been opened?
well, they don't really let that kind of information flow freely, if you catch my meaning. Shafts are closed and opened every day, but most of the time it's because somebody struck too hard where they shouldn't and caused a collapse. But I have heard. Now, I am counting on your generosity in the future for this. But in the dragon
Mention of
crypts,
discretion, of course.
yes, in the dragon crypts, where it
Oh,
is.
Cat, gross.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. And it just, the wave hit me.
Oh. In the dragon crypts, there seems to be some new activity of unusual circumstance. People are going in and not coming back.
Don't suppose this has been associated with any sort of blue glow, has it?
No. I'm not aware of any glowing.
Thank you for the information. We shall
nods.
certainly return. Once we have the items in question or a favorable solution for you.
Well, once you have it, I have worked with Bayeshk. I know how to bend it to my will, so you know where to bring
Yep, make that noise.
it.
Hang on, let me roll odds and evens. Odds, she does. It's a 7.
Damn, it's even.
It's odd. She makes the noise.
I believe it.
Kali sort of turns.
Yeah, everybody just silently looking at Shep and just decide to collectively ignore what just happened.
She does not move. If she could sweat, she would be.
Best
She
throw
sat.
away then, Carly. Better get to
Very
work.
well.
I'll grab
Yes.
Shep by the wrist and like sort of pull
Let's
her out
speak
with
up.
us.
It was nice meeting
As-
you.
Right there. Okay. As you were walking,
Kali
as
likes
you-
to face palm.
as you were walking out, and as Thelica spoke up, he goes, "You didn't earn that blade.
So
Who gave it
close.
to you?"
The cannon was right there.
Hey, you might
got
get
it.
information here.
I don't know, but I got it from
You were.
Warforged, from that was trading it.
What was his name? Her name?
Trade.
No shit. That son of a bitch made it out alive.
You know trade?
Yeah. Know him pretty damn well. He's wanted around here.
Oh,
Yeah.
for what?
Well, for paying my my across the road neighbor a visit and pilfering a couple of valuable items. You'll want to keep that blade hidden.
Thanks for the tip. I don't know why you didn't tell me this.
Well, I mean, who's going to go around advertising that they're selling stolen wares?
Yeah, out of curiosity. I don't know why they wouldn't tell me. They stole this thing and were trying to charge me an arm and a leg for it.
I mean, he just
Why
sort of gave
wouldn't
it
that
to
have
me.
come up in the documentation?
No, it's more because he just gave it to me. I thought he would have at least said, well, people might want it. Don't go to Sean. I don't know.
This
You seem to
wasn't
get
on the
along fine.
Carfax.
That's like selling a stolen car. They're not gonna tell you it's stolen.
This is why you don't go to the freaking Craigslist equivalent.
They gave me a magical item worth thousands of gold for free. Who could have guessed there would be strings attached?
I mean, they're originally going to charge me for it, but
Just
shut up.
put your cloak
as
over,
long-
over the hilt. or
As long
something.
as Leomane doesn't find out, we're fine.
What do you know about Leo, man? Did he send you?
No, I'm saying that like out of character.
Okay.
I was gonna say, did that instantly bring like the sweat beads?
Did
Yeah.
that bring fear into his heart?
Yeah.
Leo Main
We'll
brings
just say-
fear
we'll
into
just-
everyone's
we-
heart.
We just start going around yelling out Leomane's name.
That'll get you killed quick.
I choose you, Leo Man. Everybody turns around, daggers out.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well-
Celica, better earn that sword. Let's go.
Thank you for the information and the warning.
No problem. Nice knowing you.
We never really exchanged names out of character, but
No,
It's
better that way.
it's old Barjax. Don't you think his name is probably Barjax?
no.
I put it in the
Oh.
chat. Old Barjags.
Oh.
It's there.
Yeah, the name of the place.
Old BARGG. JAGG.
Bargags.
Bargagage. Yes. This is old Barjag.
Bargag. Oh, damn it! Bargag.
Oh my god.
Looks like we got a new Ashley.
This is how you get killed down here.
Yeah.
Can you make me?
See you
make us
later.
a- Can you make us a BS bowl gag for her, please? Let's get it.
Bye, old Bargag. Have a great day. Nice to meet you.
An axe just like finds its way into you.
We'll see if
You're
we can sort that stuff out.
It's like walking up to the bullies table and you've got like your Coke bottle glasses on. You like snap your suspenders, adjust your pocket protector. Everyone knows what's about to happen. Well, perhaps we should, once you have sufficiently hidden this, see what can be found out inside of this antiquities shop. Sally,
Sure. Yes?
how do you plan to hide it?
Just throw a blanket on it or something.
Put it in Shepard.
Oh god.
And you integrate it into your arm, because that would be cool.
I don't even know if it can hide itself.
Well,
I
ask it.
cannot hide myself. Why would I
Can-
be able to hide myself?
Yeah, he cannot hide himself.
Oh shit.
Just
I could probably wrap it up then. I'll try and wrap
It's
it up
just
in
the-
some clothing.
it's just
Oh,
the hilt, right?
Yeah, I suppose I could prestidigitate like the hilt to make it look like something else.
Holly's smart enough to know that a magic
blade.
shop's probably gonna have like detect magic and
The
wards
blade
and
is
things.
razored in a very particular fashion.
yeah.
Yeah, but
But
it makes
sheath.
its own. It makes its own sheath.
Yes, yes, it do.
Yes, it do. I
So
guess I'll just
it's
put it in my bag
covered.
then. I'll just put it in the bag.
Yes,
Can
but
we
it's
just-
very particular because of the way that the blade is.
Oh, okay.
Like,
okay.
you're gonna notice this patterning to it.
Could
Okay,
we
Jimmy,
perhaps
take-
just? I think we could perhaps put it in Shepherd. Shepherd's own magical nature would
Huh.
hide any such thing.
Sweet. This isn't the only time I've been in a Warforged.
What?
It'll probably be the longest though.
What do you say?
I don't tell anyone that. And just says he's fine with that.
Okay, I could hear him cracking up laughing in the back room, but the mic isn't picking it up.
That's great.
It's just as long as it's not in there for too long, he shouldn't deattune.
I'll be fine.
Yeah, that's
Two
fine.
brows.
All right. Which hole do I put it in?
Here,
Wow.
I'll take it here.
Just like put it down the back of her neck against
Oh.
her back.
They get to see the little Groot vines, so I'll take it
You just
and
just like taking them in slowly.
yeah.
By the host.
Oh, this is weirder than I thought it was gonna.
Do
Dylan
not
was disgusting as an elevator.
by the host.
Before he finishes thinking down in, bye.
Bye.
Goodbye, motherfucker.
You have instantly deattuned. No.
No.
Okay,
Shepherd
he's
is
in there.
attuned.
All right.
Oh, whoops.
Is it literally
Oh,
this
it's a,
one
it's a
right
hobbit
across?
door.
Yeah, they're all Hobbit doors. Wait, how do you know about these?
You gotta keep the love wrap somehow.
How do you know
These
about
nuts.
Hobbit stuff, Sab?
Because, as I told you, I have read The Hobbit.
Oh, okay, never mind.
It was acceptable.
Move along.
because it was
Yeah, he
extremely
just
short.
doesn't. He just never read Lord of the Rings, right?
I tried.
The
I
movies
tried, I
are where it's at.
We are going to have a marathon.
Yeah,
Next
you'd
time
like
we
the
visit.
extended cut movies. That
Yeah.
I understand. The books are very. I mean, it's very old fashioned. Anyways.
At least they're finished. You know what I mean?
Oof.
All right. You guys walk into a place that is lit up with all colors of the rainbow. There's stuff pulling your attention at all angles. There's
It's like walking
things
into the
bobbing
golden
and floating.
saucer.
Things bobbing and floating in jars, stuff skittering around, things clinking and clanking.
Ooh.
There's all kinds of noise just kind of bombarding you visually and audibly. You've never seen a larger collection of magical items in such a small space. And from
like one of those
Callie's
hoarder's house.
left, yeah, from Callie's left, the top half of a goblin approaches with the bottom half kind of gone. Instead, there's 4 gold and silver legs underneath that kind of spider it forward. Hey,
Are you the proprietor?
welcome to my shop. Yes, I am. What can I do you for?
I'm not actually sure. I just wish to browse your wares and see what you had in mind that might be interesting for some of my friends or perhaps myself.
Well, if you have any questions while you're looking around, just ask for me, Mav.
So the first one.
Absolutely. Thank you. Did any of you have any particular needs you were looking to have met?
I
Take a
will
walk
look
around
for
first.
spell components.
She just announces that to everyone.
Yes.
Actually, I don't know.
No, she looks at Carly, then straight up into the void above.
Well, you're going to be able to find spell components here, but it's going to be at a higher price than you would find them at church, like in
Yeah,
a temple
yeah.
to the sovereign host. So
I need to
it's
get back to the
probably
church anyway.
yeah, it's probably not the most profitable idea to try and get stuff from here when you can get them from your
Yeah.
temples.
I'm just browsing around. I'll roll a perception roll.
4, 5.
You don't have to. There's so much going on that
Okay.
yeah, that basically if there's something that would stick out to you, I would let you know.
Okay.
If there's something that you are looking for in particular, though, please just send me a message in Discord,
Okay.
and we'll see. Just a brief description will be fine for anybody who wants to look for something.
Is this
Otherwise-
Sorry,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead. Oh, okay. I was just. Is this just like a general shop that sells a lot of things, or is it just magical stuff?
From what you can tell, it's magical and machination. So like, it's not just magics here. It's there's some technological items essentially here. If you're looking for weaponry or armor, no, we're looking mostly at items here.
Okay. I assume they wouldn't have books then, unless they're about magic and stuff.
Yeah, if there's a book here, it's going to be a book that is magical. So you can wander about and probably find a couple of books here and there that are each kind of unique in their own way. Perhaps one that's kind of
Here it is.
shivering amongst itself, and another one that seems to be like gnashing.
Ooh, don't like that.
One that's just kind of ever pouring a oily material down
Oh,
onto the
great.
floor. Yeah, so
Shepard,
there,
stick it
there's
in. Permanent lube.
there's all kinds of special things here.
Okay.
Do you perhaps carry any of the enchanted tattoo needles and inks?
Well, if you're talking about the self-tattooing, yes. If you're talking about the stuff that they use in the shop, not quite.
I'm curious about the self-tattooing ones you have. What effects
Yeah.
do they have?
I could show you.
By all means.
Come along. And he walks you towards the darker corner of the shop.
Is this where I get mugged?
Yes. He points to a small display, and you see that there are tattoo markings on a small shelf, probably about 3 feet wide by 1.5 feet tall. And there's 6 different tattoo markings that have been placed on these taut pieces of leather. And next to these 6 pieces is what looks to be like an ordinary tattoo and inking set. However, it is visibly like clicking and clacking as if it is getting ready to tattoo something, but it's locked. It can't actively do so. And he says that, well, What you see here are a few examples of what it can do. Uh, the inks themselves seem to bestow some of the power, but I believe that you have to have the tattooing set to get full use out of it, which these former owners weren't able to make full use out of. And it's at that point in time that she realizes it's not just leather. This looks like people's skin that's been tanned and stretched
Oh.
out.
Not that surprising in the cogs.
No.
Mm-mm.
Still, like, sort of the eyes widen just a little bit before being like, actually, that checks out. Were these just incidental casualties, or were they people who wronged you in some way?
Oh no, these weren't from my doing.
Ah,
This was bestowed to me from the former owner. Well, I wouldn't say owner, from the person who sold the set.
so I would like to examine them and sort of what would I need to do to try and figure out what effects they have?
You could probably make an Arcana check.
Yay!
I'm sure that
I've got a
So-
1.
Saria can aid you on that, or if she ends up over that way, can help you out with it.
Yeah, sure.
I'll
I say I wander across browsing for whatever I'm looking for.
So you won't find any. He doesn't make any of the items here, so he wouldn't be making any scrolls here. The wands here aren't what you're going to find in any of the books, the source books. The wands here have more sinister appearance to them than what you would normally find in another shop.
I fell in that hole
There's one that
and didn't
seems
die.
to be made of bone, specifically like large index finger, essentially. Approximately,
Whose finger?
yeah. It would be a little bit shorter than a foot long, and
Thick bone.
yeah, there's another one that is made out of a strange metal. It's flecked with crimson and kind of more shiny than normal. As
I'll point at the shiny one. What's this?
that is, and if you want to give me the Arcana check for checking out the tattoo
Skin?
stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
I can assist.
Yep, so 17 plus 6. Oh, my brain's turned off. Put 71 in. Plus 6. 23 for the tattooing stuff.
It was a 20 what?
23.
Okay. So we'll handle the wands first, and then you'll saunter over to see what's going on with the tattoos.
Mhm.
That is a little something called Mourning Steel, a Mourning Steel wand. That's very unnatural for wand material. Mourning Steel essentially allows more efficiency when doing things that require a steel blade. So somebody who's an axe cutter would essentially be able to do twice the amount of work. It cuts the work down in half. As to why that would have been used for a wand is beyond you. Asking the proprietor, he says it is a Mourning Steel wand of rituals. Through suffusing it with ritualistic magic, you can cut down ritual casting times by a significant amount. Not by half, but by at least a quarter of the time. So it only takes 75% of the time, essentially, to cast these whatever rituals you're casting with it. And the bone one that's next to it is, he says it's a wand of grasping death.
Oh, that doesn't sound good.
It's not good. Well, I mean, it is, but it's also not good. Anybody who's not attuned to it that tries to use it dies.
Oh,
Lovely.
It's said that it harvests whoever it kills this way, and you can hear the voices of the deceased when wielding the wand. Mav says he doesn't know of that for certain. He hasn't tried to wield it. He's not very keen on being able to use magic. He's just a really good collector.
that's not an evil item at all.
Yeah, I'll say, I'll like as I'm pointing, I'll also like pull my index finger back. Like, perhaps if I had more grudges, it'd be appealing.
That's when you see Callie kind of struggling with this tattoo set, and you lend your aid. And you see that this tattoo set is carving things in runes. It's actually imbibing skin with runic magic. But it's doing so in a way that using these runes has to be done through the tattooing set. So you can't use one without the other, essentially.
So, like writes a full set.
Yeah.
Or tattoos a full set, I should say.
Well, you need the inking set to use any of the runic tattoos. You can have just one tattoo, but it won't work well without the tattoo set.
So you gotta have it with you at all times.
And let's see here. I have to pull something up really quickly. I can't pull it up quickly because the Wi-Fi's terrible here. Ugh. So I don't know how familiar you are with how runes work, but essentially what you're looking at are simple property runes, not complex ones. So things like ignite, which it lets you set fire to things that would be able to be easily combustible. The wind step, you're able to kind of lurch forward 20 feet. Cold touch, things like that.
And okay, interesting. So, I'll tell all that to Kali, I guess.
You do not
And
find any scrolls while browsing.
okay. Yeah, I was like, what's the go on actually making spell scrolls?
I'm sorry, what's that?
Because I also wanted to ask, what's the go on actually making spell scrolls? Like, is there any blank scrolls here to write on?
No, he doesn't carry stuff as mundane as that.
Just very weird oddities and ends. And
Do you have anything that would perhaps, as a gift for a friend, strengthen a dragon mark, or something that might be easily suited for attuning to my warforged friend?
So you say that, and she's over looking into a jewelry case. There's all kinds of rings and necklaces and amulets and stuff like that inside it. And when he looks back, he kind of very quickly skitters over. Ah, you found my display. Anything in here you want to try out? You see before you all kinds of things. Give me a color that stands out to Shepard.
Yep, that's the plan.
Blue,
Except
like
All
my
right.
cloak.
Oh no.
Roll a
Oh,
d4.
no. Blue.
Give me that blue. You got some blue? I got some yellow.
But you've already got the blue in you.
Yeah,
Don't want more blue.
I got a 19. What,
No, it's a
what am I?
d4.
Oh, a D4. I got a 19.
Too excited.
Shepard, you are cheating.
A 6. No, that's not a D4.
What the-
What?
Wow.
My brain is off.
You know
I'm
what?
sorry.
You don't need any burdens.
Yeah, I got a 4.
Burden enough.
All right.
My brain
is
is
the
my
burden.
own burden.
So
This
there's
is the
internal
burden.
panic as you're trying to pick something when he suddenly calls your attention. That!
Yeah.
Oh crap.
And he takes out a ring with a large sapphire-looking gemstone that is very roughly cut in it.
Oh.
He says, "Ah." Hang on just a second. I just want to make sure I have the right.
Well, I hope my teleport's still there. It's not. Alright.
Just. Yeah. All right. So yeah. You have an eye for dragon shards, do ya? That is a Kyber ring.
I forget. We're not supposed to be near Kyber, right?
Does this Kyber look like the bad Kyber?
It is a very deep sapphire blue. It doesn't look like most of the Kyber that you have seen.
I will
Sounds
like.
painted.
I'm gonna look and I'm just gonna be like, Callie, I need help.
From what I gather, you can cast a spell, store it in this ring, and send it off whenever you feel like.
Ooh.
Ooh.
Brianna will come over after hearing that.
Yes, okay.
Oh man, Kyber, that's bad. It can store spells.
Guess I'm taking it.
I mean,
Kyber's
that
not
is
bad.
what it's used for commonly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Shepard doesn't
just-
doesn't know enough about this stuff, so
Everybody hears this, and like everybody's walking over now, like,
yeah.
Holly started to, and then saw what it was, and it's like, nope.
Any yellow ones? Any glowy Sybaris ones?
No Sybaris rings. I'm looking through other messages here real quick. Let's see. No, you don't see any books for magics and knights. Nothing like that. You do find a rather toothy looking bag that might be a bag of holding, if you wish to ask about it.
You hear ominous laughing in the background.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tim.
Damn it, Tay. I guess I will ask is like, what kind of bag is this?
Bag of consuming.
Consuming?
Yeah. You know, stuff you want to get rid of, you put the bag near it, or put the bag over it, and the bag will eat it.
Oh,
How close were your fingers to that bag?
I was about to touch it, so I pulled them back.
It's great if you need to hide something, you know, like a body.
You really walked into it.
Just
Other
toss a
things as
blanket
well.
over it.
A
Oh,
little
okay.
fence around it.
Well,
You know, old food. You don't want to throw it out in the trash. You can just chuck it in the bag.
Oh.
I'm like in character, not character. I'm trying to think of a reason to have something like this other than to destroy something that you can't destroy normally.
Destroying
Maybe.
evidence is the main thing.
Yeah,
Because it's funny.
I don't have any evidence on me, so I don't need it.
Also, if you like disguise it and you have it appear to be your coin purse, you'll definitely figure out when somebody tries to pickpocket you.
Yeah, good point. Do you have any bags that don't eat things, like mm, that contain things just normally or magically?
Just a moment.
While you're looking over whatever, Shepard goes over to Callie. She's like, "Listen,
Yes.
we got really vulnerable whenever the thing was looking in our heads, right? So
Yes, those were not normal.
right, but do you think
Kyber
this shop
shards.
has any sort of like protection against that?
That is what we are seeking for the Biesk.
Oh,
So Kali continues to wander around.
All right, hang on. Let me answer Guts' question while
Go
Kylie's
ahead.
looking around. You mean like you're looking for something like a bag of holding, yeah?
Yeah, you never
Yeah, that
say
sounds
very
good.
close.
Well, you can find those topside. I have a special kind of travel bag, if you will.
Oh,
Yeah. This one over here. And he kind of walks you over to this decrepit, worn down looking rucksack. He says, this can store, whatever you could fit in it. And it's about as wide as her forearm, thick enough to hold a couple of really large books. It's essentially like 1.5 by 1 foot rectangle that is 1/2 foot in width. To put it into real measurements, you'll have to use Google. I can't do it right now. But what you can fit into there will be sent to a place you've recently traveled or a place that you know pretty well. And all you have to do is think about it and it gets sent there. Call it a bag of sending.
whoa,
That is the most incredible thing ever.
that's very useful.
Nobody
Thank you.
else says that. Nobody else knows this but Celica, and it's a dusty, musty, old looking bag.
Yeah,
That is correct.
out of character. That's like
Yeah.
insane. I could think of so many uses for that.
it's a
And I promise it is in no way at all, in some form, not unwillingly not cursed.
Got no hidden badness.
It sends anything over a certain gold amount back to this guy.
if
It's
he
like
says
the
that, I
vanishing
gotta
cabinet.
Like all
I
your
gotta-
all your mundane stuff goes through fine, but then you put like a +3 sword in. Where'd it go?
No,
Yeah.
it must be stuck in customs.
Yeah, I was like, it
if he does say that, I gotta insight that.
No, he doesn't say that.
Okay.
No, it's just a dusty, musty, old-looking bag that can send shit that fits in it. It doesn't hold anything that's bigger than it. It has to be of the dimension, or be able to fit in it dimensionally.
And you
But
said it's like
it can send
a book holder or something?
Yeah, it's a
like
rucksack.
Yeah.
Okay. So it can't hold more than what it looks like it can carry, but it can send it
Can't stand
vast distances.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's see here.
Rucksacks are pretty sizable backpacks.
Yeah. In this case, trying to find. There we go. Perfect. Good Lord, this thing's $300. This is what? I'm looking for an image.
Oh, I linked one.
Well, I actually found one that's like
Oh, that's perfect. for
older
it.
looking. Yeah.
There you
I can
go.
see why. He'll pay extra to get that vintage leather look.
This
Yeah.
is Harper.
Yeah.
It's Harper
Just-
leather.
Just run
It
it on a
comes-
belt sander.
You get it
Mhm.
post beaten up. You're paying for the extra damage.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
buying ripped jeans. Stupidest fucking thing.
hmm
Okay.
Buy
So
regular jeans
this
and rip 'em
is-
yourself.
Man, I almost had those dimensions perfectly. This is 15 inches by 12 inches and 5.5 inches width. So that's 38 centimeters, 31 centimeters, and 14 centimeters.
It's not bad.
Good lord, I like that is the best educated guess I could have made.
You can fit a laptop in there.
I give myself some inspiration.
Oh no.
So is it that when we put something inside it, it gets sent to another location? If we want it back, we pull it back out? Or do we
No,
have to go
once
there?
it's sent, it's sent.
Okay.
One way.
It could
Yeah,
be
so
useful.
one way,
We need
yeah.
to get somewhere fast.
That's
You can't fit
extremely
in it.
useful.
I mean, you can put in a body part in at a time and send each body part individually.
If we had like a gnome or a halfling, we
I
might
don't
get
mean like a
shoved in
person.
there.
I'm talking more like an item. If we need to get
Yes.
something somewhere,
You
not
can
someone.
send secret notes.
All right.
Send your weasel in there.
I
Just
think
start
Seneca would
grabbing
be-
things off the shelf and sending it.
I think Seneca would be interested in it enough at that point. But how much would it cost?
That? Well, he's kind of like sizing you up and down. Hmm.
The human ass.
Wine.
Why I
Hmm.
staff. There is.
Noble. What's your family do?
Well, my family did make wine.
Oh, did? What do you mean?
Uh,
They're not in business anymore?
no, they kind of. We were starting to get back into it, but a lot of my family kind of. They died during the day of mourning.
Oh. Oh. Oh, lady, I'm sorry to hear that. No, really, I had family that also died. Dargoon wasn't entirely spared. Well, I was gonna try and rip you off, I'll be honest, but no, I
Shepard starts
couldn't
like
do that
looking
to
in
you.
her bag for anything that might resemble goblin made.
I have to turn a profit, you understand. So I could probably part with this for... I highly doubt you'll have the funding on you, but 1,500 gold would be my asking price. My fair asking price.
Shepard just falls over. I know
But-
I'm not there.
He looks around at the group. You look like the kind of people that can obtain things. So,
Certainly say that.
on top of that, I can see you have at least one adequate spellcaster. So
Everyone
if
just
you're
looks
looking
at Syria.
to, if you're looking to trade in other means, I'm certainly open to negotiation.
Sure. Is there anything that you can offer, Kali? Not Kali. Syria.
We're not. Well, we're not there. It's
No,
all
they're not
different.
there. Yeah, it's just
Yeah,
you
it's-
two, and they're most of them are sorry. I know that Callie and Shep are looking into the jewelry
Yeah.
case.
You can
Oh, okay.
call someone over though.
I'm looking at that kyber ring too.
Okay, so all three of them are over at the jewelry case.
Well, Kali's
Okay.
looking at the rods if they're over there too.
Oh,
So-
right. Yes. Let me
Okay.
just double check what you had sent. Okay. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
That's
So
a
let's-
joke about the skull
Yeah, I
one.
saw that. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the general idea. You pretty much you got almost the right idea.
Horrifying.
Hmm.
You know, his wife was a solid gold skeleton.
Oh,
Yeah.
ooh, who we talking about? I know who we talking about. Yes, Daddy.
There's a rod over near Kali that's got a golden skull on top of it.
Oh.
And I just jokingly put rod of Vecna. Pfft, weak. Nobody wants that.
Well, I could ask Syria what she can do. I know she's, like you pointed out, she's pretty good with magic, so maybe she can help magically, like maybe expand your business or something. I'm not really sure, but you can ask.
Yeah, we could do that. They look like they need some attention, anyways.
Out
Come
of
on.
characterly.
Follow me. What's your
also-
name?
Sorry, oops, two people said something.
He was saying, "Follow me," and asked what your name was.
Oh, it's Celica.
Last name.
Erebinor.
Like the wine? Really?
Yes. Yes, the wine.
Well, shit. I love that wine. I was wondering exactly why it was becoming top shelf, much less available in a place like, well, a place like down here. It's a shame.
Oh.
It's a real shame.
Oh no. Like our character. I think I know where this is going.
So, out of character, another thing that you guys, specifically Celica and Rhiannon, can offer, possibly, depending on if they're interested. Obviously, looking at a guy like this, it would probably be very, very difficult for him to get a place anywhere but the Cogs. Unless, perhaps, he had connections to some nobles who are able to argue on their behalf to get him a place that, people who have more money might frequent more often.
I mean,
And if that was something that's the case, then you could also work that into the fact that once he moved,
Two birds with one stone.
That just helped us with Barjag.
I mean, that's all a good idea, but he's coming over anyway. So Callie could just probably bring this up anyway.
Well, once Callie gets over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Callie
So,
would, in character, I don't know if Callie would put that together. Because she's not... This is something that would probably come to Rhiannon the most, I would guess.
Yeah,
Because
Rhiannon's
she is
more the
a
strategist.
And Rhiannon's also very noble, has that mindset, knows that, you have to trade favors for stuff like that.
Shepard walked in with the intention of being like, all right, let's see if we could talk this guy into moving his shop location. Oh, shinies.
But there's one problem. He's got to leave here and get to what? Kenrun? Can't get him to Valinor.
No, not talking
no.
about leaving Sharn. Talking about you can use your connections to nobility because you have a name and a title that you could utilize your connections with House Lyrander to possibly make it possible for him to move up literally in the world of Sharn.
Yeah, like
Good
move up a
word,
story.
But I don't think that change I don't think has been officiated to Lyrander. Still pretty much Enlius.
yes, but Enlaeus is a noble family, and so is Erebinor.
Yes,
Yeah.
we have two noble families
Yeah.
here.
And you stick out as nobles. Like, Celica's more rough cut, but she still has this kind of noble air about her. And Rhiannon, it's just straight up like you can't not see a noble in her.
You fancy girl.
However, let's address the rods here with Callie.
Big,
I will
thick
point
rods.
out the rod with the scroll holder to
Okay.
Rhiannon, especially since there is still some sort of parchment or scroll or paper attached.
There's those shotgun shell holders on the on the side you can get.
But Kali has eyes for the Biesh rod,
Mm-hmm.
and Kali will just straight up say, "What form of magic is this enchanted with?
Well-
Or is it
well-
simply here because of its Biesh nature?"
We'll bring you over to the jewel case since that's where he is and with
Okay.
everybody else. And those are safe to pick up. So asking about the Bayeshk rod first. He says that, that supposedly makes its wielder much more resistant to outside mental influence.
Oh.
It also, you'll have to bear with me as I don't know a lot on this subject, but you are familiar with the Dale Kier, yes?
Yes.
Well, you understand how magic works. I'm assuming you use some sort of focus, right?
This
Some
is
people
correct.
use necklaces, some people use rods, some people use wands. You know. Well, if this is your focus, and let's say you were blasting some Dale Kier or, whatever the Dale Kier make. I believe the previous owner said that it is much more efficient at dealing with them. Spells hitting them do more damage. It seems to bypass some of their resistant qualities. But I think that they said they mostly had it to prevent spying, as they were, at the time, under the employ of House Philarn,
Understandable.
which is one of the houses of shadow.
Yes.
Naturally, people can't quite skim their thoughts with a rod like that. Now, the thing on your other hand there, that is a contract rod. That comes out of somewhere deep below one of the ruins in Zendrick. Previous owner wanted to be rid of it, and nobody else wanted it, so I was happy to oblige. All they told me was they believe it is of some sort of devilish or demonic descent. There was a parchment once attached to it. When the person got rid of the rod, the parchment stayed with them. I don't know what that means. I certainly haven't studied the rod in more detail. I'm not a researcher, I'm a collector.
Having read some of those Fiend books, would I be able to do some sort of check on that?
Sure, yeah. You read,
I think it was By the By first.
yeah, let me double check. I had the notes here. Yeah, so Friends or Fiends, Where the Hell is Hell, all that stuff. Personal study on... Yes, so you would have... You lower the DC here. It doesn't give you advantage yet because you've only just got the stuff. So yeah, you lower the difficulty.
Okay, so either History or Arcana.
History.
Cool. Oh, 26. Wasn't that 20?
All right. So, looking it over and recalling some stuff you had read, you know that this particular thing would have most likely come from a devil, not a demon. Big difference.
Big difference.
Though most people don't realize that. But devils are more apt to making contracts. If this is a contract rod, this is an item that was carried once by a devil, and it would have empowered this fiend to wield the contract over whoever signed it. The parchment that was attached was the previous contract. And if it was signed in blood, well, that contract stays until it is fulfilled or the devil that wrote it dies. So whoever had this managed to steal the rod, but still couldn't get rid of the contract. It's likely that a new parchment can be taken and applied to this and a new contract written, though you're unsure of if it would be of any use unless it came directly from a fiend.
It's giving me ideas about the succubus in Velmo. I contract you to fuck off. How much?
Who's off and where do I find them to fuck them? Gotta be a Warforged name.
Oh no, you're breaking up.
Oh, hang on then.
This road, I can be your devil or your angel, baby.
Well, Rhiannon would be the devil, and Shep would be the angle.
Mm,
We can be your delve or your angle, baby.
their angle.
90 degrees.
360, baby.
You just stand off to the side, Celica. Just
Fine.
go over there with your stolen sword that you didn't earn.
Oh no, it's inside Shepherd.
I'm very surprised that they got away with stealing from a magic items shop.
I know.
He was that good.
That usually does not end well.
Mm-mm. Out of
Or maybe-
character in a different campaign, we were allowed to play any alignment. So of course we all went evil. And one of our party members tried to steal a magical bow from a shop. And we were distracting the owner while the guy was trying to steal it, right? And it was going great. And party member touches the bow and grabs it and picks it up off the shelf and starts walking towards the door. And the bow immediately starts screaming, Jim! Jim, they're taking me! Jim! Jim! And so that startled everyone, and we all had to just book it out of there.
I'm being bow-napped!
Oh,
They're
bear
taking me,
with real quick
Jimothy.
as well.
Oh, okay. I think I hear him getting a cup of water, so he might just be resetting something.
Mhm.
I don't know whether to put it on a BRB screen. He hasn't told me to, so we're just gonna chill here.
Pretty sure the person hell up there.
You gonna go grab that rod of Vecna?
Mm.
That was
What do you-
Vecna's wife's favorite part of him,
Oh,
the
I
rod.
know.
What are you going to do with his rod?
What do you think she's gonna do with his rod?
Hit people with it?
No. No.
That one time in a campaign where we were
All right, guys.
okay. Never mind.
I can be heard now.
Yes.
Yeah, hello.
All right. So, what happened whenever I cut out?
So
I think.
We started memeing, I think,
Yeah.
immediately.
Right.
I forgot what we were doing immediately before you
So we were
cut
talking
out.
about the contract rod.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're talking about the contracts.
Okay, so he says, let me think about it.
damn it.
As he looks over to Callie after saying, let me think about it. As far as that, I'm looking at the Bayesh rod. I believe would be out of your funding mean. And I don't think you guys are exactly high rollers, no offense. But perhaps we can come to some sort of arrangement.
The
He
music
looks
has
over
stopped.
to-
More than amenable to such a thing.
He looks over to the ring that Shep is looking at, and over to the dusty old bag that's on the countertop. So what can you guys offer, dear old
And all
Mav?
I have to do.
Hmm.
What?
So, out of character, do we want to use our noble positions guts to help this great merchant man move up in the world?
I think it's certainly something that that should come to mind.
Yeah, it's
And
not a
that you should be-
guarantee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's something you could easily offer and say, like, just attaching your names to certain forms
Right.
helps them get seen and actually paid attention to, where otherwise they might not.
And it's always
mean-
nice to say the offer and be like, listen, we could try something.
Yeah.
I mean, Celica's not really much of a noble nowadays because there's no real noble family things to do.
Your name
Your
has
name
power.
is known.
Yeah.
That's just proven.
Yes.
Yeah.
Even all the way down here.
All right. I mean, we can. Oh, waiting on GM.
It's okay, don't worry. That's the Wi-Fi on the desktop just bouncing around.
The music
But,
is also
but out of
paused.
characterly, it's also another thing specifically for you, Celica, to think about is the fact that your name has a legacy attached to it. So it's entirely possible that, because the wines that are being put out that are still exist under your family's name have this connotation. If you made like a microbrewery or you invested in such a thing, or you found one that was, doing well but didn't have the kind of like had the quality that you expect.
Way to hurt his feelings. There was one in Kenrun.
Well, I don't know these
Well,
things.
he could be, if you endorse him with the by the name,
Yeah,
and
you can
Yeah.
he could be
endorse,
your exclusive
sponsor,
retailer for
etc.
your wines.
Yeah.
If you attach
No,
a
that's
name
not
to
really
any
his.
brewery, it's going to do better.
Yeah. Though that's not really his business. That's something to think about just in general.
Right.
Right,
Like
right.
as a way of getting capital, money, trade power.
Yep.
You have
I mean-
these things at your fingertips that you can utilize.
I mean, we can
Yeah,
try. I don't.
I've been putting it off because one of my things is that I want anything to do with my family to really help me.
Right. And here's a position where it's probably best to do so.
As
And I'm
far as
letting.
some of the so Callie would just start if nobody else is speaking.
Mhm.
As far as things we could do, if there are any tasks that would require people of capability, I am certain that we are more useful than many of the would-be adventurers around. If you have any items that require recovery, if there are any areas you require explored and the items brought back to you, any tips of things that you wish to track down or go after and were unable to do so due to your proprietorship here requiring your attention, any of these things could easily be traded or bartered with. I know some magic that I could utilize in your assistance, as can some of my other colleagues. I do
Well,
not know if there are specific things that either
you
of
know,
them could offer.
items have a way of trickling down here. Things that aren't wanted on the surface. So, are there things you could find and bring to me? Well, I'm sure there are. But I'm no more grave student. I didn't go to the Arcanics. I fought in the last war. I lost my bottom half. I wasn't very knowledgeable before then, I just knew how to fight and how to scrap. So, I could send you on a wild goose chase for things that may or may not exist. Or you could find a way to turn your magic into profit for me.
Hearing that he fought in the last war, Shep is going to ask, uh, she's trying to think of a way to phrase this, but she's going to ask if he
I mean,
lost
we didn't realize that's not where we were going.
something.
Aside from his bottom half.
Yeah, yeah. Aside from his
You
bottom
have a
half.
do you have his cock ring?
Might be in my.
She's going to ask if there was anyone that he knew that was left behind.
Might
Looks
see
at the
young
size of it.
Greyjoy.
Wow, it is a shame you lost that bottom half.
Yeah.
uh, well, yeah. I mean, I was born in Dargoon, but my home ended up being Thyre, mostly along the southern border.
She's
So
going to
we lost everything, but I didn't really have a whole lot of value materially back then. I had family, and that was all I needed back then, and that's why I fought. Sadly, they didn't make it.
She's gonna take
And
out her pouch and put them on the counter and ask if he recognizes anything.
he looks through it, kind of nodding his head that it's interesting stuff, but he doesn't see anything that belonged to his family now.
Okay.
Out of characterly, given that knowledge, wouldn't that seem like he might actually be interested in news or information about Fort Sire and New Sire and what
Yes.
you guys are trying to get up
Yes.
to?
Definitely.
Maybe.
You want me to explain it to him? I'll give him,
Go away. Go ahead with it.
give him the lowdown.
Go away. Go away. Steve.
Oh, do you
You
want
may
it?
go ahead and go
Oh,
on
do
with
you?
it.
You can. You want to guts? It's more your thing than mine.
Me.
You're from Sire?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ken runs a melting pot for goblins and everyone else alike.
Let's
Cetera,
try and get
cetera.
the -1 charisma person to do this. Do it.
I'll help you with it. I'll help you when you stumble.
Well, if it probably might be good news for you, but we are trying to help rebuild Sire in our own way. If you've heard about stuff going on in New Sire and Kenrun.
Yeah, the siege. Yeah, I heard about that. They turned the siege around and recruited them.
Yeah,
That's what
we
they
did.
get. That's what they get. Berlin sending its own people to attack its own people. It's ridiculous. Yeah, we heard it down here in the cogs. Utter horseshit. What
I-
that was.
I don't know
And
if,
it's
if DM heard you, Rhiannon.
oh, what?
Oh, I said that we did when he said we basically recruited the Brailish army.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, oh no. Yeah. So yeah, and he says the situation was horseshit, but it's good that they turned him around, and that I mean, hell, most of us don't want to have anything to do with Brayland. This shit king running, just running everything into crap, and I'm speaking from crap as he looks around the shop.
Well, we are trying to help rebuild Sire and everything. We have we're helping as many people that were from Sire as possible. So maybe there's some connections we can go through there that might help you.
If
Maybe.
there are people who may know others you are looking for or may have recovered anything of theirs, we can easily do our best to help connect you with them. And if perhaps you wanted to look to personally reconnect, we could go ahead and assist you with that as well.
I've got nobody to reconnect with.
What's your family's name?
What you mean? Like how you guys have family names?
Yeah, what's the goblin
Nah.
equivalent?
Goblins don't really.
We don't really go by that.
Hmm.
But Ika and
Oh god, is he a trap springer?
no, that's Kobold.
Oh,
Gotta
right.
type these down right.
I was gonna say every campaign has a trap springer.
Ika and who?
Just a moment, I'm
He's
typing
typing it.
Okay.
So Ika and Kraz.
Oh.
They were mine. Ika, my wife. Kraz, my son.
So these are the people he lost, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolute confirmed on stream list.
Yes.
That's a shame.
Yeah. I was there. I was there when it happened.
Ignored.
We never saw the blast. that everybody likes to talk about. Never saw that. Just a wall of death.
Well, it probably wouldn't have been a good thing for anyone to see. I mean, I saw it, but
Out of
Made it out.
character, like, just
what?
that just came across so bad.
What?
It's Seneca. Get used to it.
Like the way he's like, yeah, we didn't see it. A lot of people said it. I saw it.
It wasn't
Like you're trying to one up the guy.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't that way. It's just
Yeah.
like
That
it
is
wasn't. It wasn't a
definitely
good
how
thing
it
to
came
see. Is what she's
across,
trying to
though.
say. Is what I'm saying. Is that it was
Okay.
not a good thing to see.
Yeah.
Okay, but
I got you, guts. Don't worry.
just the way you phrase it, like you're like, yeah, no, I saw it.
Well, at least you
Because
didn't
you're
do
not
a
a
lip smack.
real
he-
survivor if you didn't see it. So I think that it seems like our easy plans and offers have failed. So it might be time for you guys to offer your names in some way.
I mean, if he ever wants to move to New Sire and help there, he's always welcome.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
Out
Uh,
of out of character, I don't think he'd have a reason to, because how is he gonna get his items to sell way out there?
Yeah.
as you can
A bag
see,
of sending.
yeah, my items are probably not welcome among the topsiders.
Yeah, he has a lot of cursed stuff.
Hey! Cursed is a
Hey,
is a
take it
big
easy, man.
word there. It's I wouldn't say cursed.
You have a lot of unfriendly items.
That's fair. That's fair. I'll agree to that.
Wait, I see a swing.
Well, perhaps
yeah.
then there is something that you have in mind that we could offer or do for you.
Well, he already said like spells and stuff for him.
Yeah, he doesn't know what you're capable of magically.
Okay.
So that's what for as far as magic goes, without going into the nobility side of things. If you want to go into the magic side of things, if you have a creative way of using your spells or something like that, then by all means run it by him. But since he has said multiple times now that he's not magically adept, so
He's not
he's
gonna
not
really.
sure how you guys could help him with magic, but he knows that you might have a decent amount of power.
Yeah.
We
Just
could
out of
perhaps go ahead.
Out of character quickly. Wouldn't something like tongues be pretty useful to him? That's what I was
I don't-
sort of lost.
I don't think
Cool.
tongues would, because of the fact that it's not something you cast on somebody else, and it helps with spoken stuff and understanding.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
I think you have identify, right?
no.
Do you have detect magic?
Yeah.
Do you have and anybody who has magic can essentially identify things over a I think
Period
it's a
of time.
short rest.
I can't detect things.
Isn't that right? I
I
forget the rules for. So identifying magic items has weird rules in 5e.
Identify. You choose one object that you must touch throughout the casting of the spell. If the magic item or something magic imbued object, you learn its
But
properties
that's if
and
you
how to use it.
cast identify. You don't have to
Yeah.
cast identify to identify items in 5e. That's the weird thing about it.
Yeah.
Well, this is
So the
is-
way that you can identify a magic item in 5e, I use the more difficult identification.
That requires like rest and arcana.
It. Yeah, you can't do it through a short rest alone. It normally has to be done in tandem or with the identify spell. So typically, you can spend a short rest kind of studying it, and you can identify it through that, at least to some basic degree. With the more difficult variation, you have to have a short rest, and yeah, you have to make a spell or an ability check to learn more about it. It doesn't always tell you like flat out. Of course, identify spell always works, but basically you have to do experimentation with the short rest.
Pushing flick it and shit.
Samuel's a bard, right?
Yeah,
Does Samuel have identify?
probably.
Okay.
He does have a. Does he
He's
still have his
back in
mark
the
of-
bar, but probably.
And you also know an artificer, right?
Yeah, Harvey.
Mm-hmm.
Harvey almost certainly would have identify then.
Yeah.
So if that's something that he's after, we could see about getting them to do it and help out that way, and we could pay for it because identify can be cast as a ritual, so it's not going to take anything but time,
Does have
and it could be
components.
extremely helpful for him. No, there's not. It doesn't burn any components.
A pearl
A
worth
pearl
at
worth
least
100
G.
gold.
It does
Mhm.
not
Or-
consume it.
No, you just have to have it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, we can
but
either
again,
help.
that's something that if you've got that spell prepared, you like. If they have that spell prepared, they almost certainly would have had the component.
So we can either
'Cause
help
if they
you
didn't
with,
have the component, there's no reason to have the spell. You can't cast it if
Right.
you don't have it. So you wouldn't prepare or learn the spell
Right.
if you don't have the component.
Yeah, so it would just be up to seeing if either of them have the spell.
Yeah,
Yes.
so we could easily just like walk over and ask them about it, but otherwise, just general detecting magic can also be helpful to give him a more of an understanding of things that he hasn't figured out yet. Or so we could offer that if you're not wanting to offer using your names in some sort of way.
So,
Is there
you say,
perhaps
oh, hang on.
I cannot. Yeah.
You say that you're trying to rebuild Sire.
Bit by bit. Yes.
It's when it
Does
comes
that
back towards me, correct?
mean that you're trying to take back the Mournland, or does it mean that you're trying to take Brayland?
we're trying to take
Yeah.
back the Mournland.
Hmm. I see. Do you have any idea as to how? How are you going to get rid of the
This is
mist?
around.
we have
Well,
leads?
Yeah, we're currently investigating different leads that are
Hmm.
interesting.
There is a very promising one currently.
And what's
Out of
this?
character, because we learned about the Mist Hunter already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And about a little bit about the salamanders. These
Right.
three learned
Mhm.
about.
Mhm.
What's this Fort Sire like?
It's growing.
It's a
growing.
place where different refugees from all across Sire have gathered to try and take back the Mournlands, essentially.
Out of character, isn't that where trade is?
Yes.
Did we mention Fort Sire?
No.
I was
We
about to say,
mentioned
so
New
he
Sire
just
and Kenra.
so he just mentioned it.
Fort Sire is already in the news.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
So
Y'all might want to figure out what to do about trade.
I can
Mention that,
cast
have it complete
sending
in there.
and be like GTFO. Go in hiding.
I
As if
think
he
it would
goes
be
there.
better to try and get him to, like own up to things.
Yeah,
prove that,
yes.
prove
yeah.
that you're going to dispense
That's
like
that's
that there
even if
is
he's going
justice
there.
in your. But even if he's not, proving yourself that you're actually trying to aspire to the ideals of Sire and the kind of society it is, it's still important that you deal with the fact that trade just up and stole a bunch of stuff. Apparently,
Yes.
like you need to get trade's side of it, but there has to be some sort of
Rhyme or
general
reason.
justice.
I mean, when we get there, when we get
And
back, we'll probably ask him.
Yeah.
So what was he going to say, Vex?
So he's pausing and then kind of thinking.
Oh, it tries to grab the other sleds.
You know,
Ooh.
it's real tempting to see if I can
He got up. He got up pretty far.
help figure out a way to get our land back.
You'll never say more. No to more help.
Aside from being a collector, what areas do you hold expertise in?
Well, before this, it was killing.
There's definitely always room for that. Unfortunately.
He nods. Yeah. I am tempted to just to break out my swords again. Do you have regular incursions into Mournland?
Not as of
Uh,
yet, but it's something we're certainly planning on.
Yeah, we're more trying to get our power base secure, more secure than it is right now.
Well,
And
the way I see it, I'm not too nimble on these cheap magical legs. If you can find me somebody who can do better, I don't mind figuring out what to do with all of this around us and going back to Fort Sire to be of more use.
Shepard's just like pointing into Celica's arm. What, something like that?
Yeah, but, legs.
What? You don't want 2 arms for legs? Come on. Think of how many cartwheels you could do. All the things you could grab.
Monkey.
we
monkey
might
goblin.
know someone from House Kenneth that might be able to hit you up with something like that.
All right. Well, it seems we have ourselves a deal in the works.
May I, just for a moment, allow my friend to hold this rod?
Which one?
The Bieshka rod.
Sure.
She's going to hand it to Shepard
Mhm.
and say, "Can you examine the metal just to make sure it is free of any impurities?"
I
And while
shall. Oh, go ahead.
I'm gonna roll a deception check on that as well. That's a 24.
Beats passive
Probably,
insight.
Okay.
probably don't need to
The
deceive her. Just take it.
So yeah, Kali's looking to see if it has any effect on the occasional flickering while Shepard's holding it.
Well,
Since this is a good
Shep
chunk of Bieshk.
Shep holding it and kind of bringing it close to her face visor. You notice that the visor brightens, um, almost kind of like a neon sign brightening up.
Bzz,
Um,
bzz.
Yeah.
yeah, just that low kind of hum. And as she takes it away, the flickering kind of resumes, but you've never seen Shep's face at full brightness, I don't think,
I
No
don't
one
think so
has.
either.
and that was probably as close as you've seen it come.
Oh. Now, the glow, was it blue or all her normal colors?
I have
Shep
a blue
has
and gold
set
glow.
colors, yeah. So instead, hers is shown by flickering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like a marble of blue and gold for her visor.
So it got brighter and was not flickering until I took it back.
Yeah, until she pulled it further away from her visor. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Thank you. Did you get a good feel for it, Shepard?
Never.
What is your actual assessment of the ore, Shepard?
It is metal.
You don't know anything about that stuff,
Yes.
so it's just
let
like
me let me roll. What do I have to roll?
Metallurgy.
just give me a number. It won't matter.
A 13. I know nothing. Jon Snow.
Yes,
It is
it
very
was.
sturdy.
It is
It
metal.
was. Yes.
Thank
It's-
you.
it's a
And
strong
I'll
metal.
take it and I'll hand it to Mav and say, "We will see what we can do, and I assume the sooner the better."
On you guys, but I don't mind it being soon.
Jump, like do the.
Very well.
All right. And if that doesn't work out, maybe we can use our names.
Yeah.
I think this is the best thing because if he's
Yeah.
gonna not only will you end up getting the items, he's also gonna end up going back over there. He's willing
And
to
kicking
start
butt.
working on incursions into the Mournlands.
Yeah, he's ready to go.
And that opens up the property here for
Uh-huh.
Barchek.
We have one group that had gone in. We haven't heard much back from them yet.
That was
Right.
ages ago, though.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
And you didn't follow up? You haven't tried to cast a sending?
Well, they haven't sent. Yeah, they haven't sent anything back, and no, they haven't had time. To
Yeah,
cast.
because we're not the ones that kind of sent them. It was the princess, and she's the one that's all in charge of that.
Ew.
All right, so we want to go ask
Concerning.
Harvey about stuff.
Absolutely.
Sure.
Let's go talk to our man Harvey.
Alrighty.
I was about to drag myself.
Yeah, really. Right as we're finally about to use the dang map.
Meow.
Meow. I just see people flying all over the
Yeah.
screen.
Harvey, come with us if you want to leave.
All
Bring your
right.
tools.
We need your clothes, your boots, and your legs.
Just take his legs.
All right. So they're mostly just relaxing, eating some lunch, and knocking back the occasional drink. And you guys walk in. They kind of give you a look up, nod, and resume
up
what they
nod.
were doing. Yeah.
Alright, one of you who understands this stuff, go talk to Harvey. I'm going to get a drink.
Shepard will just
Okay.
go up to Harvey.
I am definitely going with Shepard because just in case.
I might get a drink as well, actually.
Oh, okay.
You're a big girl, you can handle it.
Uh,
I have faith in you, that's why I'm letting you.
oh, okay, at least someone does.
Me and Stella can handle it. It's fine. We're perfectly capable of doing adult things on our own.
Yeah, I'm good at talking.
2 hard drinks and a bowl of popcorn as we watch this.
So,
All right.
Do you want me to go first, Shepard, or you?
oh no, I'm ready to go. I'm going up to Harvey.
Ladies.
Hey, do you have any spare legs?
That's
I'm
what you
sorry.
lead off with.
I'm sorry. I'm fresh out of spare legs.
I'll try and broach what she's trying to say. We've got someone that was willing to work for us, but he needs new legs. Are you able to supply us with something like that?
Not for free, of course.
Let me
like
check my
compensation.
pockets really.
Obviously,
really
not right
quickly.
now. If you're able to get
Check to
something
see
like that,
if I have spare legs. Oh,
Yeah,
they must have
Celica.
fallen out.
Celica, he said he doesn't have spare legs.
I heard him. I meant,
Is there
obviously-
something else you're trying to explain here that I am just too dumb to pick up on?
Yeah, okay, so we went over to the shop. So we went over to the shop, right? With the old goblin in it. And he lost his legs in the war in the war. And he wants to help us in New Sire, Fort where we're from. And
Yes.
he wants to help, and we kind of we need him to move locations, right? And this will do it, but he wants new legs, like Celica's arm.
I'm gonna pretend I understood that. Are
You
you
see
asking
Kali
me,
ordering a second drink after having overheard the way you're handling this.
Are you asking me to construct legs?
Yeah,
Could
either
you?
construct legs.
I don't know if you just attach
If you
them
can just-
or
If you can construct legs, that'd be great. If not, then how? If we can get it through House Cannith in some way.
I think I need to. We're
How much more
we're gonna
clear do
put
I have
our
to be?
our encounter music on here.
oh no. I've been waiting for this one. I love it.
So, you need me to build some legs.
Yeah, can you build some
Yeah.
legs?
Yes, please.
All right. For who? For what? You said a goblin?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, is it okay? Was it a hobgoblin or just a goblin?
The hobgoblin was the big guy. This is just a normal
Right.
goblin.
Yes, goblin then. Thank you.
But this gobliness used to be a fighter.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Right.
He's ready to just go into the Mourning.
Okay then. All right. Yeah, I'm sure I could work something up. How soon does he need him?
Oh, I mean,
Um,
like he didn't give us a time, but you know.
Never possible, really.
All right. Yeah, sure. I'm sure yeah. Yeah, I could head back and get something made up. No problem.
Yeah, awesome.
How much would it cost us for these legs?
Well, I'm making an arm and a leg, so I guess that's what it should cost. Ha 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 ha.
Shepard's just like looking. She's like, I cannot detach my limbs.
Goodness. We'll figure it out. Just like your arm there, Celica.
All right. Thank you, Harvey.
Yeah. So, Callie, you had seen Crucible go into a door in the back and on the left-hand side. And he came out basically carrying a crate. For a moment, though, you saw some sort of strange glow coming from the room
Oh no.
That-
Was it blue?
that stood out. It was more teal than it was blue.
Oh no. Not like this. What kind of check should I make?
Arcana,
Oh,
maybe.
what kind of check? What are you trying to figure out?
I'm gonna try and nudge very carefully Rhiannon to glance back there as well.
All right, sleight of hand.
Actually, I can just mentally
I was
do
about
it.
to say you're you're
Why would I
telepath.
nudge them?
You
Yeah.
you can?
Yes. I'm
No,
gonna-
you can't.
Oh,
My telepathy's off again.
You don't get any response.
plan 2, nudge.
Okay. I'll
It
slide.
sounds like Syria doesn't have a brain.
Oh no.
That's what you like to think.
15 plus 2, so 17.
Yeah, you successfully give her a little bit of a nudge without anybody noticing.
I sort of like shoot an eyebrow up.
So, like, essentially, like, taps your elbow and then, like, points just with a claw as she's grabbing her drink back towards the back where there's that little faint glow while the door's still open for a moment.
Yeah. Crucible goes back and closes the door.
She'll try not like to turn her, she'll just like flick her eyes at it and go, And I'll sort of like give like a slight shrug, like what? The glow. Guess you want a perception check or anything like that?
Yeah, I think we can aid each other on a perception check. What's your
Yes.
perception?
It's only +2.
Okay, I've got a +3. So 12 on the first roll and a 1 on the second, so it's going to be a 15.
Yeah, it's a teal color that's familiar to you. You look back and see Harvey talking to the other ladies, and you can see that kind of teal glow from under his chest, or from under his shirt where his chest is. The false heart has the same color to it.
Oh shit.
So I don't think any of them told Kali about the creation forge thing yet.
No, I did.
No,
Oh, you did mentally
Yes.
earlier.
Yeah. He
Before it
told you that
stopped
there was
working.
a forge down below somewhere.
Yeah, before it stopped working.
Making Psyforged.
Kali is going to. I don't know if this is going to require me a deception check or if it would require Rhiannon an insight check to understand what Kali is going to say, but she's going to take another drink and go, You know, it is funny when you drink enough, it sometimes makes you think you can talk without talking. But then, sometimes it just doesn't work. You know?
Hmm. Yeah, she'll like
Trying to
sort
convey without really saying it that she can't use her telepathy at the
Brienne's
moment.
intelligence enough to pick up on that, yeah.
Okay.
of, yeah. Yeah, shame when that happens.
So, unable to communicate like more fully with that, well, look to Rhiannon and say, I do think we are nearing the heart of the matter, though. I think that once we are able to fulfill our end of the bargain, that we have plenty of findings. Do you not?
Hmm. I hear that.
Okay, so clearly Rhiannon gets it then.
Should we do a small toast?
Oh, well, I will never turn such a thing down. Clinkies!
Clink clink. To what's below.
May it always eventually be found to the benefit of all.
Why are there speed boots in the foothill? Yes, that was
All right.
Thank you, Tay.
Well, yes. Tay is playing another game and screaming in the background.
Can we get Tay to be like all the trapped souls or whatever inside that wand?
Perfect.
What next?
I think, what's the time?
We are right around lunchtime.
Okay. So, we still got a long time before that first shift ends. And
Yeah, about another 4 hours.
we've basically got the other things set up that we want to get set up. What was their goal? Like, I know that Kali was informed that there is such a thing down there. Our goal was just to learn about it, right?
Well,
Like,
they're
that
trying
was-
to
that
figure
was
out
essentially
what
thing
the
for
hell.
Yeeth,
Yeah, what the
what they're
hell
doing.
House Cannith is doing. The party hasn't talked much about the salamanders. That seems like it's the big thing, but
But it's also
it's not.
secret.
It's the big thing is the discovery that there could be a creation forge in working order.
Sharn.
There has to be, because that's what fixed Harvey, and it has to do with some sort of psionic stuff, because he doesn't have a traditional core. What they have
curiosity.
learned is that it's some sort of psi forge.
He's
or something.
warforged, but not.
Yeah, Psyforged.
Yes.
Out of curiosity, does this interfere with my connection with my familiar?
No, that's more than just telepathy.
It's like a soul bond.
Yeah, it's a spiritual bond.
Okay. So I could. But it's behind like we just saw it through like the brief opening of like 2 different doors, right?
Yeah, the
Glowy
double
box.
door back there. Mhm.
Yeah. Why would it be down here? I mean, I guess it's the perfect place to hide it. Why would anyone ever go into the kitchen of a Warforged?
Can you?
Yeah,
What about
They're
your
there at
air-
all times.
like there's no way health and
You
food,
can give me
safety
a
will
history
care
check
about
to see how much Callie may know about House Cannith here.
I can give you one. I don't think it's gonna be very good.
I can
That's
aid
fine.
you.
Unless the die loves me.
I mean, are you in her brain?
Well, it's a 16 plus 1, so a 17? Better than I thought I was
bad.
gonna get.
Yeah, it's definitely not bad. So, thinking on things, you know that Mary de Cannith, the leader of House Cannith South, basically when House Cannith kind of splintered into its different divisions, House Cannith South was looking to be the most powerful of them. But Mary de Cannith was very pro-Warforged rights. He essentially, anything Warforged, he was all for it. And he was very unhappy to have to stop making them, having to shut down creation forges. It's entirely possible that a man like him would have kept something extra, behind the curtains to continue doing what he loves doing. He's at times been seen as an extremist, where he favors Warforged over others, and perhaps pushed too hard on certain rights right out the gate, as if he knew something more about Warforged back when they were first being created. And it wasn't long after that before we just discovered that Warforged were not just automatons; they were
Sentient.
beings, with a soul and with a mind of their own. So, yeah, it's entirely possible that he would have hidden something like that.
So
where,
he might know
others
more
would have
about
gone.
Warforged than
And it makes sense that it could be in a place where, well,
in an all
it's
Warforged bar.
with all kinds of moving components and whistles and cogs and exactly. It's
Noise to drown it out and everything.
seems entirely possible in Callie's mind.
Didn't realize I'd muted myself.
Ah.
Yeah, that makes sense. There used to be, they weren't all in Sire. It's just that they got outlawed after the last war, right?
The
Yeah, so they
creation
dismantled-
forges?
Yeah.
Yep.
So they
Yeah.
they officially dismantled them all.
Yeah.
Okay.
Allegedly.
And this is the current Mary DeCanneth, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So our goal, this was Yigith's task that he set forth for us, was to figure out what's going on, what they're doing,
Yeah.
and why.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He just wanted
Okay.
to know why is Kenneth hoarding supplies, basically, and
Yeah.
this is what we're figuring
This,
out.
and Harvey only has cursory knowledge of
Yeah,
this. He doesn't
yeah,
have any
he's
proof
not
to
like
back
in
it up
on
yet.
it.
Yeah, he doesn't have any proof to back it up yet.
And you guys essentially did tell Kali that Harvey's essentially back on our side or whatever.
So to that effect,
Like,
yeah.
Yeah,
Like you told
yeah.
him the truth, and he's like,
Yeah, like
I'm
he's one
back
of
with
side.
you."
he's one of our men. Yeah.
All right, so he's gonna resign from Kenneth,
No, no,
or is
but
he?
like,
he's an
he's
inside
on our
man.
side.
Yeah, he still doesn't have all of his memories back yet. So,
Yeah, he's working within Kenneth to find out as much information as he can.
and that's
help
how they
us out and help
discovered.
himself out.
That's how they discovered Leo DeCanneth as well.
Okay. I think that our trip down here to the cogs has been most illuminating.
Hmm.
Now, if we
Cool.
can finish it off with our original task and assist in making sure that a repeat of last evening's fracases do not occur, it will be excellent. Tell me, Rhiannon, did you catch what I was looking at when we had? And she's saying this quietly so that it's
Yeah.
not easily overheard. Did you catch what I was looking at when I gave Shepard the rod?
Oh god, is she hitting on her?
Her eyes will quickly look at Shepard and say, "It was illuminating."
Think that we have narrowed down what is going on with us.
Hmm.
As you're saying that, a Warforged walks out from the back that you had not seen go in there.
He's got a lance!
Quick, sneak the imp in.
Secret tunnel.
Oh, it's just got kebab on it. Over here, please. He's got like one of the, what's it called, like the gyro meat things on it.
hmm
Comes over the table, just shaves it off.
So we're at a Brazilian Warforged restaurant.
I mean, I probably would take notice of the Warforged, but I mean, I don't know if there's an employees only entrance.
Can you?
It's
Sneak
not like
your
we've
imp in there for
scouted.
scouting.
Yeah, it's not like we've looked around the rest of the place. Out of characterly, it would probably be a smart idea to do that. But we are currently juggling a lot of plates.
Yeah. Well,
And I don't
was
know
thinking like
if-
just for confirmation, you know, like just
Yeah,
the
but I
knowledge
don't-
of it.
The issue is he's invisible, not intangible, so he'd have to get
Right.
through doors and things while they're open and not touch anybody.
Yeah.
Warforged are usually pretty big, so take up most of the passageways.
Yeah.
And
You can't make him sit on an empty, dirty plate and it gets picked up and taken away.
yeah, if there's actually a creation forge back there, and it's doing psionic stuff, like Kali has no idea what it would do to A, her connection
right.
with him, and B, if like what think of how many wards you would want to put on something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I would
Hopefully
find
none.
it difficult for it not to have something that tries to break invisibility or stuff. You know?
Well, hopefully none, because I didn't expect
Luckily,
anyone to
we
find it.
have someone with a mark of finding upstairs.
Well, no, Sam has it.
That's what I'm
He's
saying.
already- No, there's
So
only Cameron
but
that
us
has-
us upstairs haven't seen this yet. One of you guys would
Yeah.
have to come up.
We're at the
We're-
bar, like just across from the table.
Yeah,
You
we're not
guys aren't
upstairs.
You're right behind him.
Oh, okay.
We're not part of the conversation there.
But we'll bring it up. I just don't think this is the immediate time to do it, because we're also trying to. I don't know. What
Yeah,
do you guys think?
I think just getting a confirmation if it's back there is good. That's all. And Harvey's here, so if he knows it's here, maybe he can get more information.
Did you see this?
Do we see curiosity? Do we see things around here like insects and bugs and stuff every so often? Being down in the cogs in the dirty area.
Bit hot for them,
Outside
isn't
of this
it?
building, yes.
Just as a gut instinct, because I think I can use my background thing, which is essentially the gambler's background, which gives me a just general feel for the odds of like generic situations.
Yeah.
Do I feel like there would be decent odds that if I had Zia just turn into their little like actual spider form, that they would probably go unnoticed?
Yeah, most likely.
I think I'll do it that way instead of trying to have them fly around like fully invisible. I think
That's a good idea.
spider is better and more innocuous
All
because
right.
it's not like an illusion. They actually become a spider.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas invisibility is an illusion type spell and can be just dispelled. So I'll have Zia, and it's like an actual normal size spider, not like a
spooner.
person sized spider.
Oh, watch out! Squash.
That's a heckin'
So-
spooter.
That's still a huge spider.
Yes,
Uh,
it's-
If you make it too
Oh.
small, we're about to see it.
Yeah.
I would essentially just have Zia like at their own pace, like sort of make their way back there through the doors and just let me know.
All right.
But I would
So-
I'd also stress to Zia, like, if it looks like you can't do it, I don't want you getting hurt.
Yeah.
my
So,
little
Zia-
boy.
Get her quickly. Thea, listen to me, dude. There you go. Goes under that little bit of a bar there, and skitters behind the door quickly. As this Warforged is shutting it.
Oh, that
Is
was
the,
cool.
uh,
I caught that on camera.
Zia is standing in front of what looks to be a trap door, but there's enough areas that basically allow for a squeeze of a small insect to get through.
Perfect.
So he heads on down.
Scatter.
Oh man, secret
And-
tunnel.
Yeah. He begins skittering along. And boy oh boy, is there some lights down here. He sees a lot of these teal crystals on a desk, a lot of books down here. And then he sees where lava is pouring in. And Callie, you see this large, what looks to be like stone and wood structure that has basically blue lights, blue LEDs glowing in what looks to be like random areas on it. And before that, it seems to be some sort of altar right at its base. And then you see Warforged that are inactive. It's laying on a table with these teal stones next to it. And as Zia gets to the bottom floor, Zia notices... Sorry, I gotta cut away some of the... Whoops. That's not what I wanted to do at all.
I was able to get a good view by doing the...
Yeah. I had to do it for myself.
Yeah, I'm doing it for stream too.
Yeah. Zia notices that there's several Warforged going about, not going about, but all laying on these tables with these stones nearby.
They look partially assembled. Do they look new and
They are
shiny?
They are fully assembled. These stones, they seem dormant and like they're awaiting something to be powered on, and it seems like it might be these teal stones.
Is each one have just like one large teal stone, or are there like multiple sizes of these things?
There's multiple sizes that are, some are cut purposefully, some seem just kind of like rough cut. And it seems randomly placed along the tables.
Does there happen to be any just like little pieces sitting around or anything? Like maybe
Yes,
something
but
fell and like rolled to a corner or something.
I would need a perception check from Zia to see if they would find one small enough that they could carry in this insect form. Because you're almost talking like little fragment, essentially.
Just wrap it in
Well,
a
that's
sticky
a-
web and drag it up.
There's a 19 plus 1 for a
Ooh.
20.
Yes. Yeah, he finds a fragment that he would be able to hold in his mandibles. It's extremely tiny. But,
But it's enough to get something from.
yeah.
Okay.
Evidence.
So I'll have Zia get that
hmm
and take it. And continue back after seeing that. So the weird tree looking thing
hmm
with the LEDs. Were the LEDs like pulsing or moving or flickering or just on?
They dim and glow in seeming random fashion.
Okay. So
Do you
I'll have Zia like get back out, be extremely careful.
Okay.
On that table out on the way out, the table that has the crystal next to it, there's papers and things on there.
Yeah, on both of them.
Are any of them, are they in like script or code or common or what?
It seems like they've got to be in code because it's using multiple languages, fonts essentially, their typesettings, and don't seem to cohesively connect.
Okay, so it's definitely not in just a language.
Yeah, it's definitely encrypted somehow.
And do they look like journals or blueprints or what? Or like
There
notes?
there
just a
are
general
images.
feel.
There are images, but they don't stay still.
Oh,
so
Okay, so it's. I gotcha.
Yeah. It's constantly seeming to hide itself.
And then over in the corner, it's just a bunch of books and things.
Yeah, some that might be normal, but any of the exposed papers are encrypted.
I would have him glance at like the spines of the books just to see if there's any titles that can be read.
Mhm.
Just
So
to get a
as-
feel for them.
As
But not
he's
necessarily.
looking, yeah. No, as he's looking, it's as if he's trying to read something that's in a dream,
Got it.
and
Okay.
he can't fully get a focus on it. Like it's recognizable that it's words, but they're incoherent.
I figured there'd be something interfering with all of it, but just was curious on the just
Yeah.
looks. All right, I want Zia to get out of there safely.
All right, so I'm gonna have him pop back topside here. And I'm just erasing him from the screen so you guys can pop back up. He comes skittering up and comes through a crack in the door, and when he does that, you feel him forget everything that just happened. He's confused in this kitchen, but he does know where you are thanks to the link, and confusedly makes his way back to you.
Okay. As I feel that confusion, I will just remind him, do not drop it.
He drops it.
He's like, what are you talking about? And feels something in his mandibles. Oh.
And I will have him return to me and essentially just place that in a... We'd have to have it out in the open to examine it. So I'm just gonna have him just immediately like put it somewhere in one of my pockets or pouches.
Mm-hmm. Sure, yeah.
We'll just install it into Shepard.
Yeah.
Oh
Perfect.
god.
Go slip it in Shepard's faceplate. That'll be
I
fine.
become a scion. I'm evolving.
Divine power. Alright.
I like to think as she was doing all of that, me and Shepard were still trying to get Harvey to get the
Yeah,
legs down.
we're talking about the legs in the meantime that all this is happening.
And he's
Hollywood
like,
is slowly
I have to
eventually.
leave to make the legs. I can't just make them right here.
Yeah. Shep will be like, "Hey, listen, I know that you can't tell us outright how long it's gonna take, but any ETA?"
You just said that he couldn't tell us.
Between not now and later.
Okay. Shepard finds that a good enough answer.
Yep, you need to ask several more questions from your experience as a player with commissioners. Hey, I know we just talked to you about this, but can we change the leg idea?
I'm
go
super
for it.
happy with it. But there's
There's just
the
something.
pose is wrong.
Yeah.
I was really thinking about like 3 legs. I know I told you 2 legs, but I really think a tripod setup is more stable.
I
for the
know
one
that this
one.
is line arted and like done, blueprints are all finished and you've already made the product. But can I get this instead?
You know, even though you took all this time to draw it, I don't like it anymore. Can I have my money back?
Alrighty.
I guess if we're done with Harvey, we'll head back to
Yeah.
the group,
Unless
get drinks or whatever.
Well, Harvey's not
Unless,
going up by himself.
Oh, he's
Yeah.
going now, is he?
No, he's not. I just said he's not going by himself.
right.
He's not. Harvey needs an escort.
But I think if you give that little shard to Harvey, he can really
No.
figure things out.
I don't think you want to give it to Harvey immediately.
Why did
When
you say
he's
that? You're
going-
doing like a mind trick on her.
Like out of character, I don't think we would want to, and also you don't know about it. But
Yeah. I
Out of
don't know about
character,
it.
if you gave it to him, he's literally going up to House Cannith to work on things. Let's give him stuff that is incriminating evidence about him spying on things he's not supposed to know about.
Well, I'm not saying let him take it. I'm just saying let him look at it. Be like, hey, listen.
Let's just wave
This
it
is
in
out
front
of
of
character,
everybody
though.
here.
This is
I
out of
know- yeah, I
character,
know.
so.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah.
there's. Oh. You've played rogues before. You gotta think sneaky.
They
we
never
all
said they
gonna
were
es-
good
escort-
rogues.
Oh lord.
So we're gonna escort Harvey back up altogether.
I mean,
How
we're still waiting for people here. We can't
Yeah, we're
hold
still
them back
waiting.
up.
So how long does it take to get back up?
Couple
Roughly.
hours.
2 hours. 2 hours minimum.
Anyways, and how
Shift
much
is
longer
over in
left
about
until-
4.
You
don't-
don't expect to meet back up with the other Warforged until the first shift is over, which is in roughly 4 hours.
Hmm.
So probably the soonest that you would be back here is in 5.
Yeah.
Unless all you did is saw him up to the quote unquote safe level and then go, well, bye.
Yep.
I mean, I'm fine walking. I'm fine walking my new uncle up. I'm saying this out of character.
Shepard would want to go relay some good news to the shopkeepers, but that's just her thing.
Harvey, I know that I've recently discovered that we are family. I should warn you that I have terrible luck when it comes to my family, as you know firsthand. You've already been killed once. Just giving you a warning.
Maybe
Also,
Callie
I'd
should
like
go.
to accompany you.
Maybe someone else should go.
Nothing bad ever happens to people in my presence, you know, except everyone who's not.
I'm saying I was giving it as I could go, but do you want me to go because you might need muscle? I don't know.
Yay.
I think he's just not wanting to go right now as well. Correct.
You could ask. He just says he's not going by himself.
Okay. Well,
I'll ask him, do you mind hanging around so we...
how about we, instead of just sending him up and being like, yo, make some legs.
Who said anything about setting him up because he said he's
I
not going up
know.
on his own? That's what we thought.
I know, but what I'm saying is, before he goes up, however he chooses and whenever and with whomever he goes up, maybe it would be good to take him over to our goblin shopkeeper friend so that he
And get
can,
some
you know,
measurements?
get a feel for, you know, what he's after.
I'll ask him that. I'll be like, oh, hey, so...
Want to meet the
do you-
client?
Yeah.
Sure.
Alright. I can walk him over. It's just right down the street.
Yeah, let's go.
Alright.
I'll go with him.
Yeah, Shepard will get up to go do that.
Okay, I guess I'll stay.
I mean, anyone's more than welcome to come with us. But I know that someone wanted to keep an eye on the bar, so... Yes,
Yeah, I'll
wiggle
hang
me
here
down
with-
there.
I'll hang here with Sam and everyone, all the boys.
I guess I'll go.
All right. Well, you guys approaching Mav's Magics. Harvey, you son of a bitch.
Oh!
Everyone? Does he know everyone?
Hey!
Hey!
And he goes over to Harvey and offers a hug. Harvey's like, oh, okay. Or, hi.
You know each
Oh,
other?
don't give me that look, Harv. Come on. You can say you know me in front of them. They're cool. We're cool.
Oh,
Um,
yeah.
I know you.
Oh, wait.
What do you mean?
How long ago did you know him? He has some memory issues.
I can see that. I thought.
Did you know him before
I mean, I saw.
and I gestured to
I
him.
saw you. I saw you in the paper. I figured you found a way out of it. I mean, it looks like you did with all that new get up.
Oh, so you knew him
You're
before
like me
all
now.
of this? Yeah, he doesn't remember much before all of that.
I gathered that.
He's
Well.
gonna make your new legs.
Harvey, an artificer, right?
I mean, he put this arm on me.
He
Oh,
is the
shit.
one who did her arm.
When did you become an artificer? Well, I guess when I got this, and he points to his chest. Huh. Alright then. I mean, I guess times are changing. Stepping up in the world, Harv. Wait a minute, Harvey says. I think I'd... Yeah,
Yeah?
we sold stuff for you, didn't we? Damn right you did. Half my money was made thanks to you moving products and road. Yeah. And they begin to kind of catch back up as memories slowly flood back to Harvey. And it's thanks to Mav here that Harvey had a quick uprising in Rote after the last king was assassinated. Not the current one, but the prior one.
Right.
And they had a very symbiotic relationship. Things that were hard to move in Sharn were less hard to move in a place like Rote. And information was the currency that was traded between the two. That was the most valuable thing. It wasn't just about the money.
Shepard's just watching them two recite old memories like a mother watching
Yeah.
its kid learn how to walk.
Yeah. But after all is said and done, and the catching up is done, probably. I mean, they're probably going to be talking for like an hour and a half.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a while and you guys are gleaning some basic information, stuff you kind of probably already could safely assume.
Mm-hmm.
Between a thief and a peddler.
Yeah.
It's like the thief and the cobbler.
Yeah. When it's all said and done, though, Harv says that he will have no problem getting some combat-ready legs for Mav.
Awesome.
It'd be quite easy for him to do. Knowing who it's for helps a bit. He estimates at minimum a week of crafting time. That's with
amazing.
access. That's with access to the better stuff in
Yeah.
Canna South.
That's really good time for artificing new limbs.
Well, it's not going to be entirely new. He's
Well,
going to be
yeah,
using a
but-
lot of pre-made stuff.
You know what I
but
mean, though, like from scratch.
customizing it for it's not. Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not from scratch.
Gotcha.
It's stuff that's already been made, kind of like the adamantine arm was. Stuff that's already made that he's going to customize to fit better for
Frankenstein together and such.
Yeah, kit bash.
Probably better than mine though. Mine was a literal prototype.
What do you mean?
Yours does have
Something-
adamantine.
What's wrong with prototypes?
I mean, they haven't got all the stuff worked out. I'm not saying this in character, by the way.
What's wrong with prototypes? They're always more powerful.
Right, but they're not like fully worked down to like the details. It's just this is what it's going to work first, and if it works, then we can start making it work better.
No. It's
more
always the
about
most
dumbing
powerful.
it down.
Yeah, it's always the most powerful thing possible, and then
Yeah.
they're like, "Oh, that's not safe." Well, you got the most powerful arm, Celica. It's just not safe.
Yeah, that's what
Yes.
prototype is. You make it the best you can, and then, whoops.
Then you work out the safety issues.
Yeah, that's basically what I said.
No.
Silica's armor explodes right now.
Wow.
Well,
It's like the lithium-ion battery problem.
Shepard is just
I'm like-
so happy that these two are together
Yeah.
again.
I'm like that robot from Futurama where he just goes, "What?"
The used car salesman who was too crazy for his own good.
Yep. So they catch up, and before you guys head out, the Mav, he looks over at the stuff that you guys, he hadn't put it away yet. The stuff you guys had on the counter, and now that he knows who's going to be doing this, he says that you guys can take one of the items as a down payment.
Ooh.
Now, I do not want you guys to talk out of character about it. Only in character, Celica and
Us
Shepard.
three right now. Well, Callie's here
sorry,
too.
it's in Callie. Yeah, and Callie.
It's fine.
Only in
I'm
character.
not one of the Skyfire trio. I
Oh.
don't get to decide on these things.
Right.
Cool, thanks. So,
Shepard doesn't know anything about that bag. What the bag doing?
I
Well-
believe that your conditions would better with the rod. If you believe that you can put that off, then by all means choose something else.
What exactly is the rod like?
What is
The
its
rod's purpose? Not just what it does for us because of what it's made of, but does it do anything special?
That is what it does that is special.
Oh,
Can I cast detect magic on it?
I mean, yeah, you're just gonna detect it though. That's
well,
not gonna.
yeah, true.
That's gonna give you an aura, but
Right. Okay.
Callie,
It's
you do also remember that it's more effective against the Dalkir and stuff that they work on, essentially.
But the issue with
The
that
main-
is like, and the other reason that those are not like made very often is because the Dalkir are just about gone from Corvair, right?
It's
far as
that's
we
what's
know.
that's what's assumed. Yeah, that's what's written down.
I do
It's
think
like-
it is a good idea. It's just that the bag that I was shown is actually kind of interesting too, because we can
We are
send
going
items.
to get them. We're going to get them all.
Yeah.
Once the legs are done. This is what we get now. Do any of the
Hmm.
other things offer you something better than perhaps staving off or even potentially reversing what is going on? Especially in perhaps Shepard's case, it could be what is affecting her ability to cast her magic spells. Have you had any such difficulties?
Me?
Yes, have you had difficulties casting your magic?
Well, I haven't really tried since for a while, so I don't know. I can try if you want.
Oh God.
Perhaps definitely not in a place like this.
Sure. I mean, you've already convinced me that it's a good idea, but I guess I can check this as well. So yes, I will accept the rod.
Then we just have to decide which of you is to take custody of it.
Well, if the spell thing doesn't work, then we can decide. If it doesn't work for me, then we can decide between me and Shep. But if it does,
It certainly
then I would say
worked.
Shep.
It certainly
Then I would say
worked.
Shep.
So since
Then I would
we're
say
we're
Shep.
like this is a So private since- conversation, right?
Kind of whispering amongst yourself.
Yeah,
Harvey and
they're still talking.
Mav are they're just still chatting away while you guys do this.
I am fairly certain that it works on Shepard. When I asked her to examine it, I was looking carefully, and it seemed to benefit the effect it has on her visor quite greatly, even
Right.
over just a very short time.
Right, but I mean, if it's blocking her spells, I'm saying if my spells aren't blocked, then I would say give it to Shepard because she needs those spells more than I would. But if I don't, then we can decide between us. If that is to your liking, if not, then
I
discuss
do
it.
not believe that either of you are in greater need. But I am not you. I do not know how all you have been affected. I have some small things of my own that apparently add up enough that I am not progressing in the fashion that you two are. Until we can get something made properly for you each, I believe that it may be best to split custody of it, as it were.
I mean, if you think
All
that
right.
would help us more, absolutely.
Gotta go to the other side.
all right. Well, I
am
can.
not- this is by no means an exact science.
We're just kind of trying to figure it out as we go.
Mm-hmm.
But
It's kind of got to be out of character. It's got to be between you two which one gets it, though.
yeah. Well, I could go try these spells first, see if I can cast anything.
By the sovereign host, please.
I'm not doing it inside the building.
Be careful casting fire near lava.
Or just randomly in the middle of the street where
I was
we
gonna-
know it's We know there's foot traffic and whatnot. You're just gonna walk out and start blasting.
That's what I'm saying. I'm going to ask, is there any secluded spot I could do this kind of thing? That would not put people
Casting
in
random magic? No.
danger. Jump
Not
in the
down.
lava then.
Did
Not
you
no.
just say you're
down
gonna
here.
go in the lava?
As a joke, but yeah.
Oh,
What were you,
Lord.
what were you saying?
Oh, me? I was saying that no, there's not really a secluded space where you're gonna be able to get away with like casting destructive magic.
Don't you have non-destructive magic?
Yeah, but that's mostly first level spells. That'll cost me slots.
So did Shepard's things!
Jumping and using.
In the meantime, we will accept the rod.
Please
Accept
bestow
it
upon
wholly?
us the rod.
Accept it wholly and utterly.
All right. He nods and slides it to you.
He nods and we rod.
Mm-hmm.
I will thank him.
Thank you very kindly.
Yeah.
I'm so excited for you to get your new legs.
I'm excited to see what Harvey can do. If it's anything
Good.
like your friend's arm, I'm sure it'll be enjoyable.
You're probably gonna be the most fashionable goblin back at camp.
That sounded really ominous. Enjoyable.
Oh yeah, Callie
lo-
doesn't know what Harvey actually used to be.
That is correct. Kali was just like, oh, they're friends. It's cute.
Mm-hmm. Harvey's very good with his hands.
Well then,
Kali like tilts the head and like stares at Shepard if Shepard actually said that.
Yes.
Shepard, I
Harvey's
don't know
just
if-
like
Been- she's
Harvey
like-
just says like, please never word it like that.
I don't know if this is an improvement or not of original of before Shep.
Kali's like, do Warford? Never mind. Some things are better left not learned.
I mean, he was like,
He was
Shepard
inside
doesn't
you.
have any filters, so she's just like, man, he was like arm deep in there.
Okay, I hate myself, but I must.
And she's not putting any tone behind it. She's just like innocently saying it.
Just a question for either of you, looking between Harvey and Shep. Do Warforged? Do you fall in love? Do you have some sort of physical relations with each other?
I'm not
you
a
two
warforged.
specifically. I know you don't, but you work with them. Do they? Do you, Shep?
I
I
mean,
don't know.
I don't go actively trying to see if Warforged fornicate. No.
Okay. That's just fair enough. I figured you would have overheard something
I guess it depends on
Where
the
you are.
Warforged.
if it was the case. Now Kali's like, we have to go to the red light district.
I
and
can
see if
say
there's
that
any
we-
Warforged working there.
we did we had a Warforged come in from the Mournland. He was mostly made of living wood, but he had been petrified. So I guess you could have called him Mourning Wood.
Sick.
I have made a fool of myself, and I will see myself out. Thank you.
Harvey chuckles and
Yeah. Shep's
walks out with you
laughing.
guys.
All right, later, Mav.
Later.
See you next time.
Mav, you son of a bitch! I'll be your wingman anytime.
As we're
Shepard
kinda,
is stuck in that room now.
I was about to say, as we're kind of walking back, I want to stop by in what's the shop's name? The BB.
But the bag jags.
Oh, bar jags.
Yeah.
Bag-
Bar jags.
That's it.
Celica, were you able to cast one of your
Oh Lord, I
non-destructive
just saw
spells?
that token in there. It scared the shit out of me.
I haven't tried, but I guess I could try. 'Cause I didn't want to just cause a panic in the street.
But
I guess
you
that's
could add a
non-
disco.
Non-destructive. Why would
Yeah.
it cause a panic to do a non-destructive spell?
I don't know. They might be like, "Oh, why are you doing that spell? You gonna hit me?" I don't know. I guess I could try
What spells do you have access to? What can you cast?
a lot. Well, a few, not that much.
A lot, a
A-
little,
a
some, one.
How about, since you clearly seem uninterested, unwilling, or insecure about discussing this with me,
Uncapable.
maybe you could speak of it with Rhiannon and see about their insight.
I mean, I could try this. This isn't really a thing. Although, do I have
But
that?
before you just try something, perhaps you could say the name of the spell.
Well, it's either going to be protection from evil and good or shield.
Shield is a safe bet.
All right, I'll try shield.
All right, roll me a d20.
I don't.
Uh-oh.
Never been for. Haven't had to cast.
As she runs away.
Did Callie run?
Yeah.
Probably definitely
D20
would have, as you
A
were about to
D20.
cast, like
A D20 plus what?
surreptitiously
A
moved
D20.
behind something.
or just a D20.
Yeah.
That would have been an 8.
All right, you happy with an 8?
No.
Hey, how you
You
asked that?
gonna
I'll,
you gonna
I'll use
keep
my
an 8?
inspiration. I'll use my inspiration. Don't know if it's better, but it's 12.
All right.
It's better than an 8
Mm-hmm.
by 4.
Shield begins to emanate from you. And you feel something weird, a cold chill kind of going down your spine. Your arm seems to flare up in pain, and then I need you to roll a d100.
Oh, God.
Oh no!
Ugh.
Well, the chaos you're gonna ensue
audio
here,
gate
you're
my mic better.
Like,
Oh,
I
no.
didn't charge. It said not to put magic through the arm, so I didn't put it through that arm. But
Right.
I guess it doesn't
gonna
count.
make the lava rise. Have a lava tsunami.
The ultimate game of the floor is lava.
What is wrong with this dice? I rolled a 20.
From a 100?
I don't know. I guess.
What are
That's-
the what are the
Did you?
That was 2d10?
2d10.
Yeah, that's a 100-sided dice.
Oh, well, I used the one that has a 0 on it.
Okay, use the other d10 that's just single digit.
Oh,
So you
okay.
got a 20-something.
And that is a 9.
29. All right.
I've never had to use these dice before, so.
Mm-hmm. Just consult something here.
They're not as sad as the D12. The D12 gets ignored so often,
mm-hmm.
except by barbarians who love it.
Right. Roll me, let's see.
Oh no, more dice. Wild magic at its finest. I don't know what that is out
Okay.
of character.
Let's do 4d6.
I only have one. Should I just roll the 46 in Tailspire?
Whichever you want.
Either that or just add the totals up.
Yeah,
Well.
you can roll it 4 times.
5,
Okay.
4, 1, 5.
15.
15. So you cast shield and you struggle to fully form it. Your clothing instead seems to suddenly feel very loose on you.
Uh-oh.
Callie, as you see her forming this shield, it materializes slowly, and people passing by on the street are like, "Ugh, what's going on?" And as she's materializing it, she's losing a little bit of her height. and the arm seems to change with her. By the time the spell is done, and Callie gets close enough to really see what happened, why she suddenly kind of seemed to shrink down a little bit, she appears to be a teenager.
Okay.
The appearance of a 15-year-old.
Aren't
Easy
you
to settle.
glad you didn't roll super low?
What happened? Why am I suddenly? Why are you so tall all of a sudden?
Why is my voice all weird?
I shrunk
What are
her.
all these hormones?
I shrunk her model in OBS.
That was definitely not what you intended to cast. I do not know that that is a spell that anyone can cast. If you could figure out how to cast that reliably, depending on how long it lasts, you could be very rich.
Has it just made me smaller?
It
No.
reduced your age.
You're not there.
I know.
You're in the building. Stop.
I'm in a building with a big ass kobold.
No. Oh my goodness.
Hobgoblin.
It's a
Hobgoblin.
hobgoblin.
Listen, I
Jeez.
forgot.
Remember,
I
it's
forgot.
Jason Momoa, the Hobgoblin.
Oh, right.
I believe you are what you humans call a tween? It is hard to tell.
Oh,
Do you
what?
have
All I
the,
did.
do you have the urge to go see hot boys performing as bards?
When have I not had that?
Oh my god.
That explains a lot.
Taser crowd walking past.
Yes,
Yeah.
you must go see Single Destination.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Come, let us see Shepherd and see if she can fix it. Come, little one, come on.
I'm not a child.
Mother asked
Look
you
both
to
ways
come
when
here.
you cross the street.
Hey,
Shepherd, there has been an incident.
no kids in this establishment.
Yes, of course. You heard the man outside.
Hey, what? No.
Yes.
He's pushed me out.
Shepherd's
I'm like
just
trying to
been,
keep my
like-
clothes on at the same time as being a teenager again.
So what was Shep saying to Barjag?
Well, she's just been standing there for a minute.
You just
And,
walked in and were silent.
He doesn't say anything. He's just waiting, studying you.
She's finally like, "Oh, hey, so good news. In maybe about a week or so, the place across the street might be vacant."
Good.
Maybe he can turn
Okay.
the astral rod into something.
I forgot if I was supposed to get anything. Like whenever
Wait,
I
if
came
you
back
turn
in.
the
He was going to trade us his expertise
or
once we found some ore for these
Yeah.
services. But you could say, since we were able, you could try and negotiate and say, since we're able to do something that you thought was going to be probably quite a bit harder, any chance that you could point us in the direction of where we might be able to find some of the ore or some of the ingots or whatever. Or maybe he does have some hidden away and just wasn't willing to let us know.
Yeah, so I think we were looking for the ore info, right? I think so.
Yes.
Do you have any of that from me?
Well, as I said earlier, no. But I'll keep an eye out. And, well, I can find a way of getting the information to you if I find any.
Awesome. That's great. She's just kind of standing there.
My God.
Staring contest, go.
He's just smoking his pipe.
Slap it to make it stop. Ow. You have to grab it with your head. Ow.
She just kind of like looks around the room.
He's
Was there
not
anything-
saying.
I know. Is there actually anything here, like in the shop?
Well, that was game over.
What do you mean?
Like, should I do a perception to like look around the shop?
Oh, no, there's not. It's his desk
Wow.
and where he's relaxing. There's an area that goes off to the left, but that's blocked off by him and the
Okay.
desk.
So it's like
As-
it's like a made to order blacksmith shop where you come in, make an order, and then leave.
Yeah, but there's not even anything on display in here. It's
That makes it even more awkward.
yes. It's mostly empty aside from just a couple of things on his desk and himself.
Does he have a gallery of, or I suppose like a picture book or some sort of portfolio of stuff he's made?
Who knows? You're not there.
Well, should I make a perception roll?
You don't see any books now.
Okay.
Just when I say like personal items on his desk, I mean like his striker that he uses for his pipe,
Mm-hmm.
a small hooded lantern,
Right.
and a rolled up parchment with ink and quill set next to it.
Gotcha.
I need to kill these assholes.
Does he have a sab in the Discord?
If he does, it would be of himself.
I think that would be right up Shep's alley.
Is this like Shepard's awkward attempt at flirting, just standing there?
Well, she's just
That would be even better.
yeah. She doesn't know.
If
what
I
to do.
stay here long enough, he'll grow used to me and then like me.
She's only like 7 years old, guys.
So Celica back at the bar.
Oh, at the
As
bar.
not Celica, I meant Syria.
Hmm.
Back at the bar with the boys.
The boys.
Slowly getting welcomed into the society here at the bar. And you happen to look back when somebody walks in to the entryway. They're talking in a hushed voice to a hooded figure. The hooded figure takes his hood off, and you see this the slitted nose, greenish skin, black stripings, and then it hits you. You're seeing a Githzerai.
Oh shit! Better not be
Or-
laser.
I mean, a Githyanki, my
Yeah,
bad.
thank you.
Good young.
Yeah.
And he goes and takes a seat at a table not too far from her and continues conversing with what looks to be like a half-orc.
Interesting. Do any of the boys notice him?
They, aside, I'll get to Kay in just a second. The NPCs from the party don't really pay much attention, but Kay is all eyes locked on this Githyanki, and he kind of lowered his head a bit to hide behind some of the other boys, so that way he's not noticed immediately. As it stands, it seems like this Githyanki is alert and a little bit paranoid about his current surroundings.
Oh shit! So yeah,
That-
definitely don't want to look at him.
That said, it is the end of the session.
Oh, man.
Ah!
no,
Can't drop it on that.
we're gonna have our logistics hour. Remember? Logistics.
We'll have to tack that on to the next one. Well, those of you that tuned in to watch, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for the raid, even though we
We missed it.
we
I'm
missed it.
sorry. It was my job and I failed.
she failed. We'll do better next time.
Yes.
How could you?
Hmm.
You're back
could you?
as we're ending the session. I'll fill you in just a second. Thank you guys for tuning in, and we'll catch you next time.
Good night,
Bye-bye.
everyone.
Bye.